Okay, let's get going. Okay, so welcome everybody for this exciting workshop on households in the 21st century. This is a joint adventure between CEMFI, Bank of Spain, and Georgetown University Global Economic Challenges Network. Both CEMFI and Bank of Spain are part of the network, and we are very happy to participate in their activities. We have a full-day event. Each talk is allocated 45 minutes, but the idea is, presenters should take about 35 minutes, and then we leave 10 minutes at the end for questions. So questions during the talk should be restricted only for clarifying questions. Coffee breaks are downstairs, so when you go out, there are stairs, just go downstairs. There is Wi-Fi, and that's all. One final comment, CEMFI gratefully acknowledges support from La Caixa Foundation for this event. Without that, it wouldn't be possible. And I pass the floor to Frank Vella to chair the first session.
Thank you. So before we start, let me just say a couple of words. Obviously it's great to be back here, see so many close friends. CEMFI is a very special place to me for a variety of reasons, but not least of all, the number of good friends that I have here. I'd like to thank a couple of people, as in addition to the sponsors. Last time we had the event, Olympia organised everything, and I suspect that she probably had a substantial input again this time, so thanks very much. But I've also thanks Nezzy. The other person I have to thank I have to thank a lot of people, right? But another person in particular is Alessandra. We were in Georgetown, and I said to Alessandra, she told me she was going to be in Torino. I said, let's have an event. I said, where should we have it? We said CEMFI. And here we are, so it happened. The other person, I said, who would you like me to invite? She said Raquel, and Raquel's here. So we got through a great start. So let's get going. So the first speaker is Lidia, Farre, and she's going to talk about changing gender norms across generations, evidence from a paternity leave reform. So I'm going to, for the sake of the recording and for the questions and things like that, why don't you talk for 35 minutes? And then we'll leave 10 minutes for 10 minutes for questions.
Okay. Okay, so does it work? Okay, thank you. So thank you very much for putting the paper on the program. I'm super happy to be here, and today I'm going to be talking about the effect or the potential of public policies to change gender norms. And I'm going to be focusing on a very specific policy that it's becoming very popular these days, that it's the paternity leave permit. Okay? This is joint work with Christina Felfe, Libertad González, and Patrick Schneider. So, the motivation for this paper is that gender gaps in the labor market remain large in all countries. Okay? And there is the agreement that a large fraction of these remaining gaps in the labor market originate within households, okay, and responds to within household specialization, okay? And this specialization is a key driver of the so-called child penalty phenomenon that disproportionately affects the labor market outcomes of women after the birth of the first child. Okay, so the child penalty has been estimated for many countries, and though the magnitude varies across countries, in all countries for which we have data, we observe this pattern. Okay? Moreover, there is also the concern that public policies such as subsidized childcare or paid parental leave have not been really successful in eradicating or eliminating the gender gaps in the labor market. Okay? So, recently, some authors have highlighted the importance of gender norms in hindering the process or the progress towards gender convergence. okay? When I talk about gender norms, I mean, or I refer to the beliefs that men and women share about their role in society. And these norms attribute the role or attribute to women the role of main caregivers within the family. And these norms have been shown to limit or condition the labor market, their educational and labor market choices, okay? And some of you have great contributions to this literature, okay? But what do we know about gender norms, okay? So there is evidence that indicate that gender norms are passed from parents to children. Here I have my favorite paper in economics, the Marry Your Mom paper, okay, that shows that. A few years ago, we also wrote a paper with Franks showing that maternal attitudes are correlated with those of the kids. And then others, Barbara, have suggested that it's this intergenerational transmission of culture that makes gender norms so persistent and perpetuate gender inequality at home. And this may be why public policies such as subsidized childcare or paid paternity leave, paid parental leave, have been ineffective in eliminating these gender gaps, okay? So in this context, what we do in this paper is to analyze a public policy, or to analyze to which extent public policy can promote gender convergence in the long term by changing the attitudes of the next generation, okay? So we look at a very specific policy, the paternity leave, that we've shown with Libertad, we have shown present evidence for Spain, but there is also evidence for other countries, such as Canada, the Scandinavian countries, Germany. Okay, so what we know from this policy is that it fosters counter-stereotypical behaviors among parents. Okay, so it has been shown that mothers return to work earlier after childbirth. And also, fathers increase their involvement in childcare and housework, and this happens not only during the parental leave period, but many years after. Okay, so there are persistent effects. So what we do in here in this paper is to estimate the effect of changes in parental behavior triggered by the policy on children's attitudes about gender norms and their subsequent, I'm going to clarify what subsequent means in this context, but subsequent outcomes, okay? This is inspired by the idea that direct exposure early in life to the proscribed counter-stereotypical behavior is key to changing gender stereotypes across generations, okay? So what we do is to exploit the introduction of the paternity leave permit in Spain in 2007. So the paternity leave in Spain has been extended since then, okay? And now it's the most generous of all OECD countries, okay? So it has a duration of 16 weeks, equalizing that of the mother, okay? But we're gonna focus on, no, it's non-transferable, and that's very important. I'm gonna show you why, okay? So it's nowadays, today, it's 16 weeks, 6 weeks mandatory, non-transferable, and fully paid, okay? And fully paid. Okay, so at the beginning, when it was first introduced in 2007, it represented a change from nothing, 0, to 13 days, okay? It's little, I agree, but the important thing here is that it goes from nothing to something, okay? So let's see at the impact of the policy on the take-up rate, okay? So in blue, you have the take-up rate of mothers, okay? So mothers have always had these 16 weeks, okay? However, this is a parental leave, right? So it means that 6 weeks were mandatory for the mother, and the other 10 weeks could be shared, okay? But as you see from here, very few families, less than 1%, share the permit when it was not entitled to fathers, okay? So it's when it becomes, when the weeks are entitled to fathers that the paternity leave increase, okay? And it kept growing over time, okay? So the take-up rate at the beginning was around 60%, and now so it's not 100% because not everyone is eligible, right? So you need to have a job. That's the percentage of paternity leave permits or maternity leave over the number of births, okay? So the unemployed cannot be eligible for that. Okay, so what do we know about the effects of the introduction of this permit in Spain in terms of labor market in terms of labor market outcomes and household dynamics? So we show a few years ago that paternity leave triggers counter-stereotypical behaviors. Mothers return to work earlier after birth as part-time workers, but they return earlier to the job market. Fathers were more involved in childcare 2 to 3 years after the birth of the kid, right? So it's not only while they are on leave, but the effect persists. And in this paper, we also show that as a result of the policy, families delay the decision to have the next kid. And this has some small but negative effects on the completed fertility of mature couples, okay? So to provide causal evidence on the effects of the policy on children, what we do in this paper is to combine a large-scale lab-in-the-field experiment, okay? So we design a survey and some behavioral experiments that we implement at the school level, and we combine the information collected through the survey with the natural experiment resulting from the introduction of the paternity leave permit in March 24th, 2007. Okay? So we employ a local difference design, exploiting the date of birth to identify the effect of the paternity leave on gender norms, behaviors, and expectations prevailing among the kids whose fathers were eligible for the policy. Okay? Sure.
Has anybody looked at the effect on a kind of a younger sibling, kind of a bit older, like 3 or 4 years old?
Can I just say she has 35 minutes, and maybe we should.
I mean, we have explored things with the siblings. We can talk later, but yeah, I mean, but we talk later. Okay, so our contribution, what we think our contribution with this paper, so it's the first evidence on the role of public policy in changing gender norms across generations. There is a previous paper on showing how a public policy can influence the gender attitudes of the same generation for the US using the introduction of the earned income tax credit, okay? Also, we develop or we implement this lab in the field experiment with children, combining the natural experiment with this survey that we designed, okay? So far, the evidence we have comes from small-scale interventions with showing significant effects on gender role attitudes. That's the Indian paper that introduces gender or debates about gender equality in schools. And they do find that after 2 years, there's an effect on these debates. Kids have more progressive attitudes, okay? And I think that we also contribute to provide additional evidence on the role of parents in shaping gender norms. So there is evidence on the effect of schools and peers. That's a CEMFI study. He's a CEMFI student, and also some other people have looked at that, okay? So what we find here is that children whose fathers were eligible for paternity leave exhibit more egalitarian attitudes toward gender roles. They perceive less stereotypical social norms, engage more in counter-stereotypical day-to-day behaviors, and expect to deviate from the male breadwinner model during adulthood. Okay, so those are the results. Now, let me get into the details. Okay, so we had to collect our data to conduct this study. So we visited 16 schools in the region of Catalonia before the COVID outbreak, right? Actually, thanks to COVID, we stopped the data collection, okay? And now we have been asked by the editor to collect new data. So we are in the process. Unfortunately, I still don't have the whole wave, so in a few months, I'm going to be able to show that. But with the pre-COVID data, we are able, so when we go to the schools, we interview the universe of 5th, 6th, and 7th graders. Those are kids born in 2007. This is the treated cohort. And we also interview the 2006, the kids born in 2006, and use them as controls. We interview, at the time of the interview, these kids were 12 years old, so that's a very crucial period, according to the literature, for the formation of these attitudes, okay? So at that moment, when we decided to write the paper, we had like 2,300 kids, 2,000 of them born in Spain. We have to restrict to kids born in Spain, but because only those are eligible, only those parents are eligible for the parental leave permits. And in our preferred specification, we restrict the estimation to those kids that were born 3 months before and 3 months after the introduction of the reform. Okay? So it was a very costly paper, right, in terms of visiting schools, installing these mobile laboratories with 40 laptops and having the kids answering the questionnaire. But I think that we have very interesting data. Okay? So we measure attitudes we have 3 measures of attitudes. Okay? So the first one is the standard one, so constructed from a battery of questions, the standard battery of questions in the International Social Survey Program. Here you have the descriptives for the pre-reform kids. And you see the percentage of those kids who agree or strongly agree with a non-traditional statement. And here the percentage who disagree or strongly disagree with a traditional statement. Okay? So, in short, kids are quite supportive of women participating in the labor market. But they are more concerned about the impact that having a working mother may have on their families, okay? As only 59% of them disagree with the statement that a preschool child is likely to suffer if his or her mother works, okay? To take this information into the empirical analysis, we do a principal component decomposition, take the first factor and normalize it to have 0, mean, and standard deviation 1 among the pre-reform kids. Okay? That's the first measure, so the standard attitudes index that is used in the literature. Okay? So the second measure is what we call individual opinions about parental labor supply, okay? And here it's what the kid thinks is the optimal labor supply for a mother or a father with a child below school-going age, okay? So to measure these opinions, we ask them whether they think that a mother with a child below school age should not work part-time, or work full-time. Same thing for the father, okay? What we see from here is that most kids think that both mothers and fathers should work part-time. They don't think that fathers and mothers should work full-time. And still we see an important difference in the support of mothers not working. They are more supportive of mothers not working than fathers not working, okay? To take it to the data, what we do is to construct what we call an indicator of counter-stereotypical behavior that takes value 1 if the kid thinks that a mother with a young child should work full-time or part-time. And for fathers, it takes value 1 to capture the counter-stereotypical behavior if the kid thinks that a father should work part-time or not work at all. Okay? So those are indicators of counter-stereotypical behaviors. And the third way we measure attitudes is through this incentivized coordination game, okay? And here, so kids, up to now, they receive a voucher of €5 to participate in our study that they can exchange in a store nearby by school material, okay? So there is also a part of the survey that it's incentivized, okay? That depends on how they solve math tasks and so on, and also this question, okay? So there's a part of the survey where kids are told that they will get extra points if they answer to a specific question, the same that a random or a classmate chosen at random, okay? And this specific question is whether you think that it's socially, or whether the random classmate thinks that it's socially appropriate for a mother to work full-time or part-time, and for a father not to work or work part-time, right? So that's a way to capture the prevailing social norm in the class, okay? So what we see from here is that kids perceive quite a lot of support towards mothers working part-time, not support for mothers working full-time also, okay? So that's the perceived social norm, and quite supportive of fathers behaving counter-stereotypical in terms of labor market outcomes, okay? So again, here we construct our indicators of the perceived social norm in terms of counter-stereotypical behavior, right? So fathers fathers working part-time or not working, and mothers working part-time or full-time, okay? So, okay, it's important to see whether the policy changes social norms, that at the end we care about whether the policy affected the behavior of these kids, okay? So these kids, the affected cohort, will enter university next year, right? So we cannot really measure labor market outcomes, okay? So at the time of the survey, these kids were 12 years old. So we asked them about their participation in household tasks, okay? So what we see is that some tasks are quite gender neutral, like doing the laundry or cooking, but we see some gender patterns in other tasks, and this coincides with what we saw during the COVID, a survey that we conducted among adults, okay? We saw that small repairs and grocery shopping are more of a male-dominated task, okay? While cleaning is more of a female-dominated task, okay? So we construct indicators of participation in male-dominated chores and female-dominated chores, okay? And finally, we ask them how they see themselves in 20 years' time in terms of having kids and working full-time, okay? Or their participation in the labor market, okay? So most of them think that they will be working part-time when having kids, okay? But we also see an important gender gap in expectations in terms of full-time participation in the labor market when having kids, okay? So now, so we estimate this local diff-in-diff that basically compares the outcomes of kids born a few weeks before and a few weeks after the introduction of the reform, and use the 2006 cohort as a control to control for maturity effects and cyclicality, okay? So our data fits well this design, okay? And what I'm gonna be, so we are gonna be estimating this regression, a very easy thing, and I'm gonna be reporting the delta coefficient, that it's the interaction between the cohort indicator and the indicator for being born after the introduction of the reform, okay? So, let me jump into the results. We have three specifications. I'm going to be focusing on the third column that controls for individual characteristics and also school fixed effects, okay? So what we see from here is that the reform had a positive and large effect on the gender role attitudes. It increased the gender role attitudes by 0.26 standard deviations. Okay, how big is that? Okay, we can compare this effect to the effect that the Indian paper, or the paper for India, finds with these 2 years interventions about debates on gender equality, okay? And what we see is that, well, they find an 0.18, okay, of having these 2 years interventions promoting gender equality, so our effect is a bit larger, okay? We also find an increase in the support among, so we also find an increase in the support among kids whose fathers were eligible for paternity leave in terms of mothers working part-time or full-time, so mothers participating in the labor market, that's 14 percentage points probability more likely to support this statement. Also, for the social norm, they perceive the kids affected by the reform are more likely to perceive like as socially appropriate that mothers should participate in the labor market. So for fathers, we don't find an effect in the individual views, but we do find an effect on the social norm, right? On the support for fathers working counter-stereotypically. In terms of behaviors, right? So what we see is that girls whose fathers were eligible are more likely to participate in male-dominated tasks, and boys whose fathers were eligible are more likely to participate in female-dominated tasks, okay? And this is my preferred slide of the talk, right? So, because shows that there is some hope. So that's the effect of the policy on expectations regarding full-time employment when having kids, okay? So we see that boys are less likely to see themselves working full-time when having kids, while girls, the effect is small, but positive. It goes on the desired direction, right? So it signals some sort of gender convergence in expectations. What about mechanisms, right? So from the beginning, I tried to convince you that this is about the policy changing household dynamics within households. So we wrote a paper in 2019 showing that there were some effects in terms of fathers' involvement in childcare. With this paper, we have replicated the results in 2019, right? So basically showing that mothers work as a result of the policy, go back to work earlier after childbirth, that there are no effects on fathers' labor market outcomes, at least related to the introduction of the policy, right? And that there is an increase in fathers' involvement in childcare and housework, right? And this effect is not only during the leave, but it also, or it stays there for some years, okay? So alternative mechanisms that you may have in mind. So we have been lucky to get access to administrative data on test scores for these kids. We have information on a 40% of the kids born in 2006 and 2007. And I'm gonna show you the table. Okay, so no effects on human capital, right? It could be, or you could think that maybe having, or some papers, well, the effect on human capital in the literature related to this policy is not clear, but some papers have found some positive effects for some subgroups. We don't find evidence of any effect on human capital, right? So the effect doesn't go through changes in the stock of human capital. So also in 2009, we showed that there was no effect on parental divorce, okay? Some papers for Sweden find that the paternity leave is related to family dissolution or has an impact on family dissolution. There's no effect on that. And what we still don't know, and we've been asked this a few times, that we need to collect information on parents to see whether it's what the father thinks or what the parents think or what they do, right? But at the end, the effects are the same, right? Let me conclude by saying that we study the extent to which a family policy can shape gender norms and induce gender equality in the next generation by promoting counter-stereotypical behaviors among parents. So we conduct our own survey in order to detect potential effects on children, and we do find that children whose fathers were eligible for paternity leave display more gender egalitarian views. Okay? So what's going to happen? So I think that our results in terms of expectations and involvement in household chores are promising, right? So we see some sort of gender convergence. And so the takeaway of this paper is that maybe policies that have a limited effect on the current generation, because indeed paternity leave has not been shown to have huge effects on parental labor market behavior, but they may have effects on the next generation through changing household dynamics. And that's all. Thank you. So now the siblings.
Thank you. That was very good. So, and also a very good model, role model for the other speakers, noticing the time. Right? So if you're going to ask questions, please wait until you have the microphone so that people can hear. So, if anyone has any questions, apart from costs? Put your hand and we can begin.
Super interesting. I wanted to ask if you know anything about their studying intentions,
Well,
STEM and so on.
I have the STEM, so I have the choices they make, because in Spain at high school you need to specialize, okay? So I have the STEM choices, those who chose STEM for the 2006. And yesterday I wrote an email saying, listen, in the data I don't have the 2007. It's a matter of months, and I'm gonna look at choices at high school, because at university we'll need to wait a couple of years, I think. But yeah, that's on the to-do list. Thank you.
Thanks. Well, very interesting. I guess partly I was going to go that way as well. What kind of evidence do we have that individual beliefs affect actual behavior? Because, you know, it's also how overall social norms are formed around you that affect your behavior. So you might be shifted, right, because of your parental behavior, but the overall social norm may be still quite constraining. So it'll be nice to be able to show that there is actual change in behavior other than individual belief of what's appropriate or not. My other question was...
But let me say something in these lines. So when we have the question on the social norm, the third measure, that it's how kids, or what kids see as the social, or how kids think, or what kids think is the prevalent, or the norm that prevails in their class, there we do find an effect, right? So those whose fathers were eligible tend to think that it's more socially appropriate for parents to behave counter-stereotypically, right? So this means that what parents do matter. And it's, I mean, peers, there's evidence showing that peers matter, but this difference indicate that what they see at home, or what they listen, right, because we still don't know, matters.
Yeah, but your follow-up study will be very important in this direction.
To see if they have in real choices. Yes. Yeah, sure.
The other thing I was going to ask is just supplementary to this. It would be nice, you know, if we also looked at a bit older siblings who will directly remember their father taking care of the baby. You know? So if I'm a 4-year-old, right, and suddenly I see my dad staying at home and taking care of the baby, that might create a really important impression on me. If I'm that baby, I might not quite remember what happened. So it'd be nice to look at these other kids as well.
Sure. So that's very important. So remember that the effects happen not only so the increasing father's involvement. It's not only while they are on leave, but also the effect persists several years, right? So it may be that when this kid is 4, he still sees his father more involved in childcare. But it's true, like So I think it's more important to see what happens with the extension, right? That's what we need to look with Claudia, like what happens when we extend the paternity leave to equalize that of the mother, because there the treatment is larger, right?
As you know, I'm a big fan of this paper. I think it's really, really interesting. My question has to do with those really giant numbers saying that men don't have to work full-time and women don't have to work full-time, and it's basically the same percentage for both of them. Those seem, and that they themselves do not want to work full-time. Do you see this as a generation alpha, or whatever generation this is going to be called? Definitely they're going to be more in tune with AI taking over their jobs, so that's good. But why do you think that they have such strange expectations, where very few of them, maybe 25%? Of boys expect to be working full-time?
No more, right?
Oh, maybe it was the opposite. Maybe it was 75.
Yeah.
But it was gigantic. It was really, really gigantic. And there was no difference between men and women. I found that very strange.
Yeah, so let's see what happens with this new wave of kids that they are going to be like 4 years older, so maybe they have different opinions on the enrollment. Those are.
I mean, do you think that they're just unrealistic at this age in terms of what they think?
Well, I think they want their parents to be at home with them.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They want their parents.
They want their parents.
They haven't reached the age where they never want to see their parents again.
Exactly, yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Pedro.
Just related to a previous question, would it make sense to look at the impact by birth order? Impact might be stronger, say, for firstborns, because
Yeah.
the attitudes of parents haven't been settled yet by previous experience.
So what we do in here is in one of the robustness, we have a clean control, right? So we restrict to those that do not have, to those that do not have younger kids so that they are not affected by the policy. But in this version, I think that we still don't have enough power to analyze birth order. But with the new data, hopefully we are going to be able to look at birth order and play around with siblings, yeah.
Yeah, very, very nice. You mentioned something about preferences for working while having children, but nothing on preferences for children, for having children. Can you say something about whether these kids prefer to have more or less kids than their fathers or their parents?
The number of kids. I think we can measure the impact of the policy, and that's also something to be done on whether they expect to have kids, right? This binary thing. But we don't ask how many kids you want to have. So we don't know anything about desired fertility.
Expectation of having kids?
I have to look at that yet. So it's in the, yeah. So the expectations, yeah.
You have a question where it said that
Well, it's,
percent said they wouldn't have a child that
you can see, I didn't present the numbers. You have the percentage. I didn't present the regressions because I haven't estimated that. So you see the percentage, yeah, you see the percentage among the pre-treatment who don't want to have kids, right? That it's around 40%, by the way, yeah. So, yeah, it doesn't help much to this declining trend.
So I guess the sample size is too small for this, but you have 16 schools, so I was wondering whether you also can see some heterogeneity. I mean, how are these schools? Because, you know, as Raquel said, I think that these kids, to begin with, they were already with kind of very non-traditional gender norms in some sense. They are super open to have their fathers at home. I don't know whether this is something that happened in all the schools, or
So
you
it
were
was-
also saying something about foreign kids or more kids that their parents are foreign, they were not included, but they are at the school, but they are not replying, or, you know,
No,
whether
they are so foreign-born kids are so first of all, it was super hard to get this done into schools, right? So we need to go to the principals, talk to them, sign whatever. So we managed to enter these 16 schools in Barcelona and the metropolitan area, okay? I can tell you that these schools are half public, half semi-private. They are diverse in terms of, for instance, the percentage of migrants they have in the classrooms. And so why migrants? So migrants participate, of course, they answer the survey, but if they are not born in Spain, we cannot include them in the sample because their parents were not eligible for the policy.
Yeah, what I meant is in terms of how large this fraction is.
The share of migrants across
yeah,
schools.
Whether it can have different, I mean.
Yeah, okay, so I can use it to show the
maybe in terms of the
heterogeneity.
norm,
Yeah,
gender norms or something.
I could use it to use heterogeneity, yeah, yeah.
So just a question about the channels. I thought it was very interesting. To what extent there is like a connection or a disconnect between what these kids think that it's appropriate that adults do and what they see their parents doing when, because you said some of the channels work through the labor supply of their parents, so there is an increase in the labor supply of mothers and nothing about fathers, is that correct?
Yeah, exactly.
And these kids, the treated kids, are more likely to want the parents, both of them, to work part-time.
Yeah.
So it seems that what their parents are doing after the reform is kind of further disconnected from what they would like. So but you didn't have much time to show the channel, so I don't know.
So what we find is that the policy increases female labor force participation the year after birth. So mothers return to work earlier. It's true that they return in terms of part-time, so they are part-time workers. What we observe is that...
So there isn't a disconnect. So they think that it's appropriate what their mothers are doing.
Yeah, they think it is appropriate. That's right, yeah.
I was going to ask you about the schools, but Laura already did that. So maybe, and the labor market, but maybe you can tell us a bit more about the additional data that you are going to have.
What do you mean more? I mean, so far we have...
You said you've been asked to...
Okay, I can tell you what I know so far. So we have contacted the same schools, some of the same schools, right? And we are interviewing the same cohorts, probably also the same kids, but we don't know whether they are the same kids because we didn't ask permission to follow the kids over time, right? So we are going to include cohort fixed effects. So we are going to increase the sample by around 1,300 observations. We are asking the same questions regarding gender norms, right? Now the questionnaire is not being solved through a computer, it's solved in paper, right? And we are closing the data collection. We closed the data collection last week, so the data is we have the questionnaires, we have to digitalize that, and what we plan to do is to compare now we have the 2006, 2007, and 2008, because the 2006 cohort is gone from these schools, right? And we couldn't go to university to interview these kids because then we would have a selected sample, right? So we are interviewing the 2008. So they are already treated. So let's see how we are gonna deal with that, right? But yes, so hopefully we are gonna gain some power and redefine the magnitude a bit.
Yeah, I don't know if you asked anything about the peer group, but gender norm could also affect who you think it's normal to have as a friend. So you may still be able to ask about, who are your friends and whether the share of females for boys and the opposite has changed due to this law.
So we didn't ask about friends, so we cannot know who. So we don't know who are they friends. Of course, we could do something with the composition of the class, right? So the percentage of kids whose fathers were eligible, or the prevailing social norm in the class. Well, now that we will have more data, we can explore these issues, because at this time we were very restricted by the sample size. Thank you.
Hi. Alex from EUI-Florence. I have one question on norm, on the term norm. It seems to be a phenomenon, but I think outcomes are constrained behavior given an environment. And a norm, I think you could identify if you take the environment away again, and if it then is persistent. So if you have a policy reform that changes behavior, and if that policy reform is then undone, and the behavior stays, then I think one can identify a norm. But other than that, I think this is constrained behavior under the economic environment.
Well, I think that we do have evidence that this measure of social norm, when you control for everything, still matters, right? And the fact that your mother-in-law affects your labor supply, controlling for everything, that's a signal that it's a norm, right? Or variation in this attitudes index, right? Or how these variations in this attitudes index explain cross-sectional variation in female labor supply. Once you condition for everything else, that's evidence that norms matter, right? That's what I understand it's a norm.
In some sense, it's fine to accept that norms are endogenous and at the same time they cause behavior.
Sure. But that norms can change, yeah. Okay.
Okay, thanks very much. That was great. Thanks, Olivia.
Thank you.
Okay, the next speaker is,
Sorry. You can still introduce me.
No, I can't talk and get up at the same time.
Oh, that's hard.
The next speaker is Raquel Fernandez from NYU, and she's going to speak about parental leave, economic incentives, and cultural change.
Perfecto. Y el clicker. Anyway, thank you very much for inviting me. I wanted to thank Frank and Olympia and Nezi for having me here. This is a really nice conference. Okay, so here are my co-authors. I'm not going to say all their names. It takes too long. And I'm going to free ride on Lidia, who very kindly went over most of the literature in this area, and therefore I'm skipping all the literature review, and I'm still not going to be able to take 35 minutes, but I'm going to do my best. Okay, so this is a paper on Sweden, and as you know, you're all aware that increasing gender equality used to be, in the United States as well, a central goal of many governments, okay? Sweden, as you all know, ranks very high on gender equality, but when it comes to looking at things like parental leave, in which you have universal parental leave, if you look at those countries, it's still the who takes parental leave and what fraction of parental leave is taken by a man relative to a woman remains very unequal in all countries. Now in Sweden, there's been progress. In 1974, men took 0.5%, and now they're taking close to a 30% share of parental leave. The question one would like to ask is, what is needed in order for men to take a greater share of parental leave? And what we decided to do is to study reform in Sweden in 2002 to better understand what the mechanisms are that might lead to change, and also to think about alternative policies. I'm going to give you an incredibly brief overlook at the Swedish parental leave system. It was introduced in 1974, so way, way before Spain. Before that, they only had maternity leave. By 1994, the leave system looks basically like it looks today. There's 12 months of high earnings-related benefits, and then an additional 3 months at a very low rate. To this system, the most important change happened in 1995, when Sweden pioneered the introduction of earmarked, non-transferable parental leave time. These are called daddy months, just because it was intended to increase men's uptake. Women were already taking tons of leave. But now there was 1 month that belonged to the father and 1 month that belonged to the mother. Those, therefore, could not be transferred, and the remaining 10 months could be taken by anyone, okay? What we're looking at is not that. And that reform was widely agreed to have increased men's involvement. I won't bother with that. I'm looking at the second intervention, which happened in 2002, in which there was a second daddy month introduced, but also simultaneously, parental leave was increased from 12 months to 13 months, meaning that now 2 months belong to the father, 2 months belong to the mother. The remaining months could be transferred as they wish between either parent. Okay, this is a gender-neutral system, which meant that a woman, if she still wanted to take 11 months of highly paid parental leave, she could. Okay? So it went to 13 months of highly paid parental leave, plus, so two non-transferable months within that, and then an additional 3 months of low pay. And as you can see, around 2002, or exactly from 2001 to 2002, you see an increase in the share of parental leave taken by fathers. The objective of our paper was to understand the quantitative contributions to changes in parental leave that come from 3 sources. One is changing economic, well, let's put it as 2 sources. One is changing economics incentives. So that's just could be, you can think of that as just the reform itself, the opportunity set changing with these 2 daddy months. The other is the future wage consequences of this parental leave. We're going to argue that men and women were to some extent penalized for taking lengthy parental leaves. And second or third, changes in culture or social norms. And by that, we're going to be thinking about choices made by peers. And then we're going to use the model to look at the effect of alternative policies on gender equality in parental leave. I'm going to be looking only at parental leave. We're going to look at what would happen if you changed the cost of childcare during the first year of birth of the child, and at 2 different endowment policies. So I'll get back to that later on. There's a variety of data sets that we use. I won't go through them in interest of time, but we need to basically recover births, we need to recover education of parents, country of birth of parents, full-time equivalent monthly earnings of parents. For that, we have all public sector employees, but only 50% of private sector. Sweden is not, say, Norway or Denmark in this regard. And then the length of parental leave. Sample selection. We're going to restrict our sample to Swedish-born parents because culture matters. We don't want to confuse immigrants with non-immigrants. First birth, so that we're not talking about questions of equality among how you treat your first or second or third child. Heterosexual couples, because we're interested in gender roles. And we're going to divide our data into 2 periods. One is a pre-period, which is from 1998 to 2001. We don't believe culture adjusts instantaneously, so we need some time for culture to change. So this is as close as we could get to our reform of 2002 before hitting it. So that's what we're going to call our pre-period. And then our post-period is going to be 2008 to 2011. We have 2 samples that we use. One of them we call our wage sample, which we use to estimate wage penalties. This is going to consist of all individuals for which we have data a year before the birth of the child and 3 years after the birth of the child. So that's going to, we do this both for our pre-period and for our post-period. Our sample is fairly large. Since these are decisions that are made at the couple level, we wanted to look at couples. That is, I'm not talking about marriage. I'm saying we wanted to look at people for whom we had data for the men and data for the women in terms of their wages, etc. That restricts our sample quite a bit. As you can see, we have about 10,000 people in our pre-period and about 13,500 in our post-period. We restrict our attention to parental leave spells that occur in the first 16 months after birth. This is so as not to confuse with a second child. Now, the length of the leave registered, which may or may not be at full benefit, you could be taking, say, only half pay and therefore extend yours, is going to be our measure of parental leave. So it's going to be not whether you're getting paid full-time or half-time or quarter-time. It's going to be simply the months that you've registered for parental leave within that spell. Some individuals, in particular some women, take 2 months. They're allowed to take 2 months prior to the birth of their child. Now, since children are not born on the clock, that could be 2 to 3 months before the birth of the child. So we're going to, even though our window is 16 months after the birth of the child, that's going to mean that you could be seeing more months of parental leave. We're going to code any leave over 16 months as 17 months. So when we're thinking about our model, we're going to be looking at people taking up to 17 months, looking at people within 17 months period after the birth of their child. Education really matters. It matters for how much leave you take. It matters for the attitudes that people express. This is an empirical statement, not a theoretical one. We're going to therefore divide our sample up into 2 categories. Either you have at least 3 years of university, which is the typical in Sweden if you're going on to college, or you have less than this. And so either university or non-university are going to be our 2 education categories, meaning, of course, that we have 4 types of parents, depending on the education of the woman and the education of the man. Here, I'm not going to give you by those 4 categories. I'm just giving you some ideas of how things change. These are the parental leave distributions by education. Here you see fathers, non-universities. The green is in the pre-period. The white or transparent one is in the post-period. And as you can see, there used to be an important fraction, and still is, of men particularly non-university men, but also for university men. Over 20% of them were taking 0 leave, even though there was a 1 daddy month in effect. When the 2 daddy month comes up, that fraction falls significantly, but it's not just men going from 0 to 1 or 0 to 2. You see movements all along the distribution for men, and you also see movements along the distribution for women. Okay, I'm not going to read the means, but you can see basically men increase by a bit over a month their parental leave from pretty low numbers, and women decrease their parental leave, but a bit less than a month. Okay. This is a share, and I won't bother. So the length of a parental leave, especially that of the man, we can talk about women later. I won't do that now. You can ask me questions afterwards. Can signal something about an individual, the attachment to a firm, the importance of work, ambition, etc. So we examine the relationship between the length of an individual's parental leave and their wages 3 years after a child is born. We are looking at what is registered, which is full-time equivalent monthly wages by these individuals. And so we look at a first difference equation, 3 years after minus 3 years before, in logs, and we do this by education, conditioning on age, year fixed effects, because we have different years, and the length of parental leave, where these are categorical variables. We do this for men, university, non-university. We do this for women, university and non-university. I'm just going to flash the pictures for you, pre and post, by education, pre and post, by education, and then we put these together into different intervals, more or less by basically the mean in that interval when they're not really statistically different from one another. And so I'm going to flash this and go on. This is an input for our model, because we need to figure out whether there's a penalty for men or for women taking lengthy leaves. And what we saw, and far too quickly, is that for men taking even 1 month, if they don't have any education, they don't have a university education, there already starts to be a penalty. For college educated men, that happens later. And for women, it happens around, leaves of around 13 months or so. Okay. So we write down an incredibly simple, this is a 2-line model, a model of parental leave. The model needs to incorporate what we consider are the important facts, and not more than that, which is that one is that household decisions interact, because if a man takes more leave, then the woman has less leave to take once he goes past those 2 months. There's the economic consequences of parental leave. There's unpaid parental leave months. There's childcare costs. There's future wage penalties, a desire or lack of desire to spend time with the child, and then the effect of culture, of social norms or peer pressure. So let me tell you about the model, since the rest of the paper is going to be about this. We're going to assume a unitary household. You could argue that it's bargaining. I have no problem with that. It just gives us one more parameter we have to estimate, which we don't want to do. So this is a unitary household. And households are going to be distinguished by the education of each spouse. We're not, of course, we're not just looking at married couples. These are just any couple. They are going to choose the amount of time a man takes, so the number of months, TM, the number of months a woman takes, TF, to maximize a household utility function. And the household utility function is simply a function of the average household income that they would get during that window of 17 months. The average income that they get 3 years later. These are supposed to be proxies, obviously, for income in the future. The pleasure that they get from spending time with their kids. And this has 2 components. One is an intensive component, which is the utility over the amount of time a man in particular is spending with his child. And it also has a constant multiplying it, which we'll talk about, more about, which is going to be an idiosyncratic draw, this gamma here. And then there's a similar one for women. we're going to allow these functions to depend on your gender, both of them, these gammas to depend on your gender, but the gammas are also going to maybe depend on your household type, and I'll get back into that. Okay, so let me see if I have to say anything else. Okay, I just want to give you an idea of what household income is very, very quickly. I'm now, of course, concerned about time. So very quickly, suppose a household was taking 11 months, which is very few. Very few households take this, but I wanted to give it to you so you understand it. A man is taking 3 and the woman is taking 8 months. They would get paid those 17 months minus this amount of time that they take fully for their wages. Then they would have a replacement pay, which we're going to take to be 85%. It depends what it is. Statutorily, it's 80%, but then unions and private employers tend to top it up. So we're going to make it 85%, and this is on the amount of time that they spent on parental leave. Okay, here there's no low-paid months, which in our model are going to be set equal to 0, the amount of pay. This we're basically about $9 a day, so we feel comfortable setting equal to 0. And then if you, in Sweden, it's very generous about childcare. It's very heavily subsidized, but not before the child is 1 year old. So if the child is less than 1 year old, which here it would be, because they're only taking 11 months, they would have to pay a month of private childcare, which is going to be expensive. We're going to set it to 60% of non-university women's monthly earnings. These are all expressed in monthly types. And then 5 months because we're looking at the 17-month time period, of the heavily subsidized cost, the public cost, which we just set equal to 6% of that. So it's a tenfold difference between these two. Let me give you some functional forms. We have CRA preferences over consumption, both in the at any moment in time. It doesn't matter when it happens. We have CRA preferences over time spent with children. And now let me talk about the part that's relevant for culture. This gamma, there was a gamma for the man, there was a gamma for a woman, is assumed to be an individual draw from a normal distribution with a mean and a standard deviation that are going to depend on gender and education. But the mean is going to be an endogenous object that can evolve over time. And in particular, that mean is assumed to be a linear function of what people like you, and I'll tell you what that means, people like you did the period before. Without taking any empirical stand on what a period before is, I will not be looking at transitions here. I'm going to be solving for steady state. Okay, so this period, which is why we wanted to also get into the future. So what does it mean to be a period, people like you? Well, if you're a woman, it means that you're looking at other women. You're looking at women with your same education, because you tend to work with people of your same education. And you're going to be looking at, but your spouse's education is also going to be important, because you tend to socialize not just with people of your own education, but also with people with your husband's education. So in the end, you're looking at women with your same education, married to a man who is like your husband in terms of his education. Okay. I'm going to go quickly through this. Can you remind me till what time we have? Until 10:02. Okay. So we're going to be we're assuming that couples draw log wages from a bivariate normal distribution. All the parameters of this distribution come from the data and at the couple level. So, empirically, a university woman married to a university man does not earn the same as a university woman married to a non-university man, and vice versa. So everything is by gender and household type. We normalize wages, and we look at wage growth as set out by the log wage equation. We estimate the remaining 18 parameters to match 52 moments, which are both pre and post-reform. So it's way over-identified. We're going to match mean months of parental leave by gender and household type. The standard deviation is the same. The percent of men who take 0 months by household type, since that seemed to be an important statistic. There's men that do not respond at all to this. The mean share of leave taken at the household level and by household type by men. And then the correlation of the, within a household type, of the male to female wage ratio and the amount of time that a woman takes in the pre-period of parental leave. Okay, hopefully all this is clear. I'm flashing this, okay, admittedly. I'm going to tell you it does a good job, and I'm going to ask you to believe me and otherwise to look at the paper. But it really does a good job. Everything is equally weighted except for the standard deviations, which by accident, I have to say, were weighted by 1/4. I would have weighted them by a half, but they were weighted by a 1/4 here. So the one thing we don't do that well in is in matching the standard deviations, and we tend to they tend to be smaller in the model than in the data. Okay. We also do fairly well with some non-targeted moments, like the percentage of women taking 11 months or less, or the correlation between the wage ratio and women's parental leave in the post period. Okay, so now comes the main exercise of the paper, and then we can look at counterfactual policies. So I'm just going to take you through the picture. What we want to do is to decompose what happened over this time period by first asking, given that we now have a model, we can ask, what would have happened if only the reform had been put in place? And as you can see, the reform, this is all by household type, so that's what the NN, NUs, UNs, and UUs are doing there. And I'm only reporting some of the moments because I couldn't fit them all into my table. And that you would still be able to see. As you can see, it does increase it. Basically, you increase the amount of time that men take on parental leave by 1/5 of a month, more or less, across all household types. It has basically very, very little effect on women, maybe half of that, like 1/10 of a month for women. And it does not basically move at all, as you can see, the percentage of men who were taking 0 months. So this is if you had kept everything the same, but just had the reform. The next column shows you what would have happened if, in addition to the reform, you had wages. And I just want to be very clear, because I don't think I was, and I should have said it. The underlying assumption here is that, not assumption, the underlying exercise here is I am not allowing culture to change. That mean of that distribution is being kept constant, although in the model it evolves endogenously. So here it's being kept constant to look at the contribution of different factors. So when I say wages changed, I mean they changed in level. They changed in terms of their male-female distribution across all household types. Everything has changed because of wages, and we're asking, what did the change in wages, in addition to the reform, the penalty associated with parental leave changed? It decreased for men. It slightly increased for women. Actually, it slightly decreased for women, which is troubling. It slightly also decreased for women. And as you can see, basically there's no change in what happens to the mean months of men or the mean months of women when you allow, in addition to the reform, to allow these economic factors to play a role. The economic factors play almost no role. Lastly, we allow social norms to change. That now we allow the mean to evolve endogenously. We keep all the wage parameters at their pre-level. So what we're looking at is the effect of the reform only, but we are allowing culture to change endogenously in response to the reform. Now, the reform by itself only had this effect that you see here, but we allow social norms to change on top of this. Then you get substantial movements in men's parental leave, and, as I forgot to say before, now for the first time you see the fraction of men taking 0 months change markedly. Okay, it basically goes almost all the way to what is going to be its steady state level. Lastly, we have our pre-reform simulated moments. So, oops, let me put it. This is our post-reform simulated moments. And the difference between the social norms column and this column, this is our entire model, is that there is a further kick. Because now you are allowing wages to change on top of the social norms, and that further increases.
That's marginal. The pink is marginal.
The pink is, it's the reform. No, it's the reform plus social norms.
But not wages.
Not wages, exactly, not wages. And so this is the total effect. And so one way you can read this is that this is a marginal effect given by wages, which then further change culture. It's not that they don't have any effect on culture. Further change culture, and now you have the final results. So from this, what we do is we conclude that the reform was important. I mean, obviously it kicked things off, so fundamentally important. It was important quantitatively. It accounts for about 1/5 of change in men. Wage changes by themselves, in addition to the reform, don't do anything. Social norms of the reform is responsible for most of what you see. And, in terms of any sort of evidence, I mean, you really do see movements in culture during this time period in terms of, for example, poll evidence, which we only have for Sweden in 2002 and 2012, the percentage of people by education and by gender who say that family life suffers as a woman work full time. This is a percentage that disagree. So in general, in the pre-period, more than half of all of Sweden, no matter what their education, thought that family life suffers if the woman works full time. So it's not that gender, it's not that gender whatever equal. And as you can see, this changes, but especially for university women, but also non-university men. These are the changes in the post-period. Okay. We can ask now, we can do a few exercises. We can ask how important was the gender wage gap that exists in driving the driving the division that you see. So what we do is we look at the post-reform parameters in terms of wages, et cetera, et cetera. Oh, I skipped a slide, sorry. And we give women the same distribution of wages as the overall partners in their household type. So university women get the university male wage distribution. Okay, so they get a draw from that. We're keeping the correlation the same, though. We don't change the correlation. And as you can see, if we were to equalize wages, and we don't allow culture to change, it has an effect. It's not gigantic, the effect for men or for women. Women slightly decrease, men slightly increase. And, with equal wages, yes, you would see changes, but really the only important changes are for one group of people, which are university men and university women. The last number I have in each one of these is a mean share taken by men. And this says if you gave women the same wages as their partners, the same wage distribution as their partners, still men will be doing about 20% or 22, 23% only for all these type of women, except in university households, where we predict that men would be doing a much more important share. And this is due to the fact that after this reform is done, the first reform that we talked about, the two daddy mums reform, men's preferences for university men married to university women look very similar to that of university women. They're less keen about children, but they're much more keen than before. And that desire to spend time with children is much more similar to that of women than what it was before. So I don't have time. I usually go and explain what every parameter meant, and I don't have time to do that. The other thing that we do is we look at changing childcare costs. You might think, well, it's very expensive for a woman or a man to leave a child in private childcare. Pay someone to take care of their kids, but if they had a generous system in those first 12 months, they would go and take less leave. And this, in the end, I'm just going to summarize to say that's not really true. That would barely move the needle. So the way that preferences are, even if you're, again, allowing social norms to change, et cetera, if you were to make childcare very cheap, at least according to our model, that would not have a significant impact on women, on women's parental leave and on men's parental leave. You need the social norms to change.
Won't childcare change social norms?
No, this is allowing, yeah, I'm not taking you through it, but childcare does change the social norms. It's just too small. Because not enough women take advantage of that so as to change the social norms. Not enough women want to take advantage. And so since they don't, and this, I should be very clear, in this model, if people don't change their behavior, social norms don't change. Okay? So it is a behavioral driven thing. You need an incentive to change your behavior. Here it's the reform itself. And here with simply decreasing childcare costs, women's preferences change very, very little because very few women want to take advantage of it, given existing preferences. Then we look at, I have 2 more minutes. Okay, yeah, 5 more minutes, great. We look at 2 policies. There's an EU directive as of 2019 that says that the member countries should endow each worker with the right to 4 months of parental leave, of which 2 are non-transferable. That's where Sweden is now. We're going to look at, sorry, not now, as of 2016, it actually has 3 daddy months, so Sweden is further right now. We're going to look at 2 different endowment policies. One is going to endow each parent with 6 months of non-transferable parental leave, and to stay at 13, since we didn't want to play with both margins, we have 1 additional month that can be taken by any parent. This is not a science fiction policy, despite my love of science fiction. This is something that Iceland and Finland have actually enacted. Okay? A very similar policy to this. The other one is a much more punitive policy, which no one has enacted, which is that every parent, again, can take up to 6 months of paid leave, but any month in excess of your partner are forfeited. So it says that if you're taking if another's only taking 4 months, you can take 4 months. The 5th month, any subsequent months after that, you are not allowed to have highly paid months. We do that exactly as we said, except again, 1 additional month of highly paid leave can be taken by either parent. For these counterfactual experiments, we use the economic environment, and we start off at the steady state of culture in that 2 daddy month environment. And I'm just going to summarize this for you. I'm not going to take you through it. We do the same exercise of not allowing the social norms to change and then allowing them to change, and then we look at the steady states. And although these policies, the interesting thing I want to point out is, although these policies are somewhat different, if we don't allow culture to change, the more punitive one obviously has a greater effect than the non-punitive one. Once we allow culture to change, the steady states in both policies look very, very similar, and end up taking between 45 to 48, 49% of share of parental leave. Let me conclude. Parental leave reforms that increase men's parental leave do so by a combination of economic incentives, which are then magnified by peer behavior and changes in social norms. And then comes everything that Lidia was talking about. This can have important spillovers, none of which we're studying, which is that men can also demand jobs with greater flexibility as their involvement with childcare increases. Women might going to feel a smaller burden from care work. This could change the occupational structure. If you think about this on some big general equilibrium model, it could decrease their demand for flexible jobs. And under either channel, the gender wage gap you would expect would fall. Furthermore, as shown by Lidia's work, it's likely to have spillovers to next generation with important consequences. Okay, so I'm going to conclude here. Thank you.
Any questions?
It's more of a favor than a question. Can you a bit explain the culture model and its identification. I kind of missed how that worked. And it's obviously central to.
Yeah, and obviously, as you well know, in a structural model, things are identified within the model. We do not identify this with the data per se. We're not calibrating it to the data. So there's various things that matter for this. One, and we're pretty clear about this in the paper. One of them is this mean is a linear function of what other people are doing. And that has to change. And if it was changing by household type, gender, and education, household type and gender, you would exactly be able to get it to match the pre and the post, because there's two parameters, there's a pre, there's a post, you would be able to do it. Now, these are not by that, these are by gender and education, so it can't move everything at the same time, nor would you want it to. But the fact that, let me put it the other way around, the fact that the correlation, which I didn't have time to explain, when you look at the correlation within a household type, let's say university men, university women, and ask how correlated is how much leave a woman takes with the male to female wage ratio. The correlation is about 0.08. In other words, very, very small. This is telling you that economic factors are playing a very small role in terms of what's driving the couple to divide up parental leave time. And instead, what has to be identifying that heterogeneity within a household type must be the variance of that gamma distribution, of that normal distribution. There's heterogeneity in income, et cetera, but there's no correlation there. So, I guess an alternative track would have been to say the gammas are correlated somehow with your husband's income, but what we see is there is no correlation between leave taken and economic factors. So had we realized that from the beginning, I think that would have been a very strong point. When we first did this paper, when you saw it, Matilda, there was no correlation. We were saying, well, what's really identifying things here? So we really needed that economic factor to pin down the role of economics relative to the role of culture. Now, if culture doesn't change, nothing changes. We saw it's very, very few changes. One thing you might ask, which I think is a legitimate question, is in this model, was there any possibility of their economics playing a large role? So one counterfactual exercise that we do is we change that correlation from 0.08 to 0.6. Okay, now they're really correlated in the correlation between male to female wage ratio and how much leave a woman takes. And then the role of economics becomes everything, and the role of culture becomes basically zero. So it's basically, it's simultaneously determined, but it's really that very low correlation that's really telling you that culture has to be playing a major role in this.
Well, my question was exactly the same, basically, so identification of precisely this. But let me ask you another one. So you modeled the deviation of the preference parameter from the preference parameter of others, right? I think that was the...
Sorry, the deviation, by that do you mean the standard deviation?
No, so you modeled that my preference parameter for this parental leave was influenced by that preference parameter by others. I would have expected you might model, I'd want to be close to what other people are doing in my category, that my choice is similar. So is that, you think those go in the same direction, or is it easy?
You need to get enough diversity in what people do. The standard deviations are not that small. You need to get enough diversity, so you can't have everybody squeezing towards the middle. And so then you would need to have some variety, not correlated with too much of anything, and how important that factor is. So I'm a big believer that models are not unique, and that I could write down many, many models for this. I think that they would tend to give me the same answer if they were not going to fail, in which culture would play a significant role, but I haven't written them down, so I can't swear that.
Super interesting. I was also curious about these gammas changing with what others do. So lookalike people do things, and then this changes the distribution from which the gammas come.
Exactly.
But the gamma that I get does not depend on the interaction of what I do and what the lookalikes do, right? Which could be
No, it's the peers before.
Yeah.
It's the reason I said it's the people before you rather than the people around you was simply to get multiplicity of equilibria out of the way. You know, nobody takes it. I don't want to take it. I mean, you don't have to get multiplicity that way, but it's more likely to get multiplicity that way, and that was to avoid that problem. But I agree with you, and we are, again, not taking an empirical stand on what it means to look at people like you. You know, there's a very cute paper by, not cute, nice paper, by Mogstad, Karen Loken, and someone else, and I'm forgetting their name, where they look at a window of time in Norway right after reform and right before reform, and they're looking at firms in which there was only one man who was eligible for a leave pre-reform and only one man eligible to leave in post-reform. And what they show is that the peer effects are very, very large. That is, if you have a man who takes a leave in the post-reform, as opposed to, you know, not taking the leave, then it expands by about 1/3. It accounts for 1/3 of the very large increase in the fraction of men who are taking parental leave in in Norway in 1993. So I think it accounts for something, you know, like 1/3, and it goes from being, you know, 15% of men taking leave prior to this to 70% of men taking some leave prior to this. So, you know, we feel that there are important peer effects. A peer doesn't have to be the person right next to you, but it could be a person who 6 months before you is taking the leave.
The other question is about what happens at the workplace, right? I mean, specifically the wage penalty equation. The wage penalty depends on the length of parental leave. Now, does it matter whether it is just only me in my firm that I'm taking parental leave, or is most of us? I mean, this kind of aggregate effects, is this something you look at? Or
We don't. We decided we are not doing a reduced form identified because we didn't think we were going to get that far that way. You know, it takes time for this effect to come into play. So we didn't look at that. It is something you could do, not at the couple level. You would have to use our wage sample in order to do that. And maybe we can look at the firm and see, you know, how much it matters. But I don't think you're going to get rid of selection by doing that, you know. It's very hard. I don't think I would. I think I would not convince anybody. It's not that we don't want to. I don't think I would convince anybody. And then I would get my paper immediately rejected. So.
Okay. We've got time for one last question, if it's a quick question. All right, thanks very much.
Thank you.
Okay, so now we're going to have coffee. We've got downstairs. 30 minutes break, yes. Thank you.
Let's start the second session. Okay, thank you all for coming, and it's a pleasure to have in this second session Alex and Costas. Alex, the floor is yours.
Good. Thank you very much for having me. Thanks to the organizers for inviting us. When Nazi invited that paper and asked us to present it, I thought, well, that's a challenge, because it's a progress report that I'm going to give you here. And at the same time, I thought it's an opportunity, because it's always nice to be in the middle of a project and then get comments. So I'm very much looking forward to that. So this is on sandwiches and club sandwiches, has nothing to do with lunch, also lunch is coming up soon. We are looking at the relationship between trends in longevity and fertility through an intergenerational care mechanism, and I'm going to be very precise as to what we have in mind here in the next couple of slides, and also model institutions for care. And this is joint work with Lidia Cruces, Nicola Fuchs-Schündeln, and Teresa at various institutions. So what we are going to relate in this project is two secular trends that we are observing in terms of demographics. And what I'm plotting here is on a scale from 1960 to 2020, so over the post-year period, two trends on the left axis
you have the total fertility rate, and the well-known feature, and this is the average across European countries, that the total fertility rate has been declining and then flattening out over the last decades. Okay. And the second trend that we observe now on the right axis, this is remaining life expectancy at the age of 65. Why 65? Because a lot of what we have to do, a lot of the story that I'm going to tell you is about the elderly. Okay? So here, the remaining life expectancy at the age of 65 in 1960 stood at 14 years, and now it's close to 20 years. Right? So women that are taking cross-sectional life tables, life expectancy is at roughly 85 years. Okay? So these are two trends, and our objective is to ask, has the trend in life expectancy and the fact that an increasing share of elderly above age 75 is alive in the population, does that have something to do with the downward trend in fertility? Okay? What we also observe, and it's not obvious if you take these two facts together, because on the one hand side there is fewer children, on the other hand side there is more elderly. What we do observe now, taking the share data, this is the survey of health, aging, and retirement in Europe, and we look at different waves, and what we ask now is, the women that we are going to look at, this is the key fraction in the population that we are interested in. These are 50 to 74-year-old women, which for the moment I call middle-aged women, okay? I am there as well. But in a moment, I'm going to call them grandparents. And then this is a very feminine paper, which has to do with the fact that there's 3 female courses and I'm the only male courser, okay? They will be called grandmothers. So a lot of focus in this paper will be on mothers, grandmothers, daughters, okay? And great-grandmothers, exactly. Because here, the share of women that have great-grandmothers, so the fraction of the population above age 75 and grandchildren at the same time is increasing. Okay? So there's a fraction in the population, 12% to nowadays 20% of the women, the respondents in share, that are grandparents, have parents, the great-grandparents, and grandchildren at the same time. Okay? So what that means is there potentially a feedback mechanism from what we called the club sandwich mechanism? This is a generation, the grandparents, that is taking increasingly, because the share of the elderly is increasing, care of the very old, the great-grandparents, so their time and resources are squeezed up, and they can provide less parental care to the mothers, the next generation, to their own children, to raise the grandchildren. Okay? That's the club sandwich generation. So our question is this fact that life expectancies are increasing, the share of above 75 years old in the population is increasing, does that lead to the fact that there is this generation, grandparents, that is increasingly squeezed because by time commitments towards the great-grandparents and the grandchildren at the same time? And when the great-grandparents demand more, because the fraction is increasing, less time is devoted to mothers for raising, helping with the grandchildren. And what we want to do then in this paper is a quantitative evaluation of the past and future trends in fertility through this mechanism, focusing in particular at increasing survival chances, so this increasing weight of the 75-year-olds. And then we also model institutions and ask, what is the role of prices for formal care? Is this mechanism more pronounced if formal care is more expensive? And hence are going to ask the question, once we've modeled the institutions, can we relate to the phenomenon of familiarism, where you see that in some countries more informal care is provided than in others, okay? Because maybe the prices of formal care lead to that. So what we do two approaches, and the first approach I can tell you a lot about. The second one is in progress. The first approach is empirical. So we go to the shared data and provide evidence that supports our mechanism. We look at the key responses, namely women aged 50 to 74, the grandmothers, and ask whether there is a relationship between more required elderly care and less childcare, okay? Whether this two-sided care mechanism is at work. Once we've established evidence for that, we build a quantitative overlapping generations model in a partial equilibrium, so we take prices as exogenous, where the key driving force in the model is this exogenous survival risk, which increases the fraction in the population above age 75. And then we have 4 generations. The key decision makers in this model, are parents and grandparents. So parents decide on the number of children they are going to have in anticipation of care the grandparents may provide to them, care in the sense of helping with the grandchildren, with their children. Okay? The grandparents, on the other hand side, it is the key generation, the 50 to 74-year-old. They, if the great-grandparents are alive, provide care to them, whereby care here, I mean in a very broad sense. I'm not talking only about health care. I'm also talking about social care, so spending time with the great-grandparents, okay? Activities. And at the same time, decide on, conditional on birth, how much monetary transfers and how much time transfers to give to the mother generation to help them with the children. Okay? And the other 2 generations, the children and the great-grandparents, they are passive in this model. They are just receiving inputs. They are receiving care. Okay? What the key element then that we are after is the endogenous fertility decision, namely, in light of these trends and the anticipation of the transfer payments by the grandparents, how do parents, potential parents, decide on whether to have children and the number of children to have? We also model institutions through prices of formal care. So you cannot, there's not only the margin of providing informal care through time or monetary transfers between generations. There's also schools in the model. There's going to be formal care institutions also for the elderly. Okay? And migrants? Oh, migrants, we do not look at yet, also not in the survey. Okay? It's a potentially important aspect next to other aspects that might be important. We don't have that yet. Okay? Not irrelevant, because that gives us a pool of people that could provide that is related to the price of care that we take as exogenous, but it's a good point because we could model that endogenous through a flow of migrants. Okay. So some answers to the questions that we are posing. The one is empirical. So we look at respondents with 75 plus alive or not alive, and if they are alive, then there is less help provided to children, okay? And there are fewer grandchildren. So this tells us that the mechanism that we have in mind is supported in the data, and we also can document that there is a prevalence of two-sided care. So people that care about their grandchildren are also likely to care about their great-grandparents. Okay? So it's both at the same time. The model is there, we've specified it, but we are in the process of coding it up, so I cannot show you any quantitative results yet. We relate to a large literature on care to grandchildren, to elderly, to children and the elderly. Our key contribution to this literature is the two-sided care provision by the grandmothers. Okay. So in a way, what we are doing in this model, dubbed term that is used a lot is about the sandwich generation. The sandwich generation is the generation of parents that take care of the mother, and the daughters. Okay? And as I said earlier, half joking, we have a lot of feminine terminology here in this paper, so we call them grandmothers, mothers, and daughters throughout. Men do not really play a role in this paper. Okay? In the background, they do. Okay? What we go from these 3 generations is to 4 generations. With increasing survival chances, the prevalence of great-grandmothers gets larger and larger in society. I've shown you these trends. Okay? So now the generation of grandmothers, this is the club sandwich generation, that's where the term comes from. They take care of the great-grandmothers and provide help to the mothers. The mothers themselves care about the daughters. Okay? So this is the way that we are thinking, both in terms for the empirical analysis as well as the model analysis that's going to follow. So the empirical questions that we are asking now is lower health of the elderly, of the above 75-year-olds, or whether they are alive or not, is that associated, if they are alive and unhealthy, with higher elderly care, and if they are alive, with lower health care. Okay? And do we find evidence for family solidarity, which then is consistent with a model of two-sided altruism, okay, where you care about both generations? So do we find a positive association between child and elderly care in the data? These are the 2 empirical questions. Child is grandchild, right? Yeah. Child is the child of the mother, so it's a grandchild. Thanks for asking. We confuse our head in this paper all the time about this terminology, so thanks for asking this question. Okay. Good. So we take the SHARE data, Survey of Health, Aging and Retirement in Europe, and we look at the non-immigrant population, aged 50 to 74, the grandmothers. We take 7 waves of this data, which on average are 2 years from each other, and we have a subset. We look at a subset of European countries, and in future work, we look at this cross-sectional variation across countries by modeling the different care prices, but that's not yet there. Okay? And the generational structure is going to be, and now again going back to the question that was just asked, GG is the great-grandparents, our great-grandmothers, G is the grandmothers, our respondents, M is the mothers, and D are the daughters or grandchildren. Okay? Good. The variables of interest is, so we are asking for both child and elderly care. We look at the extensive and the intensive margin, and for this talk today, I'm only going to show you the extensive margin. So we look at the dummy that takes value of 1 if you take at least 1 day of care of a daughter or of a great-grandmother or a great-grandparent. Right?
So defined as care, like help with activities of daily living, like in long-term care, or is it also just visiting?
It's both. It's both.
Okay,
And that's
widely defined.
Yeah, it's widely defined here, and that's why also the intensive margin is important, right? But the patterns that are, the intensive margin is at least 1 day or weekly, daily. Weekly, daily points more into real health care, and a little bit is more like a bit of entertainment, right? And what I show you today in the talk on the extensive margin, the patterns go through also for the intensive margin. Okay?
Can you tell us something about average age or median age
Oh.
when you have children?
Oh, we are going.
I'm worried about your share.
Yeah, well,
Not far too many things.
Well, I'm going to control in a minute. I'm going to control for a bunch of things. Okay. For now, I'm not.
I guess I'm thinking that if you're 30 years old and your mother had you when you're 30, well, that means you're by the time your child has kids, your great grandmother is 120.
Well, then. So okay. So part of what our mechanism also potentially provides an explanation for is age at first birth. If you anticipate that you are in that situation, that you don't get the care, the help that you would like to get, you might decide to postpone birth. In our model, that's fully equivalent with saying you have fewer children. Okay, so that speaks a little bit into that direction. But yeah, age of first birth has also been increasing, so that's highly correlated with the trends in fertility. But I agree with that, okay? And we also know that there is a lot of over-optimism with regard to fertility rate in higher ages, so and that's why the two trends are highly correlated, because postponing birth is not priceless. Good. And we are also looking at the number of grandchildren that are being born in the empirical analysis, and distinguish, when we look at the great-grandparents, if we look at their health, between good, bad, and dead. Okay? And that is the key one that's driving the results that I'm going to show you. Whether they are alive or not is making a crucial difference. Okay? Good. So first, purely descriptive analysis. If you look at, so the dark blue line here, this is elderly care by the health status of the great-grandparents in the 7 waves of the data that we use. The blue line is both great-grandparents are alive and are in good health, then the percent of care or the percentage of people that give us the answer that they provide care to them is the lowest relative to the situation that this is the light blue line here. That this wave is a bit problematic, but the light blue line here shows us that on average, if they are alive and both in bad health, then the care provision is the largest. Okay? The other lines are somewhere in between, but with whether they are alive, if one is alive or two are alive, if they are on not so good health or in good health, that really depends a little bit on whether you provide care as daily activities, so in terms of social care, or what it means if one is only alive and in bad health, is that worse that if two are alive and one is in bad health, and so on. So, but for sure, the two extremes, both are alive and good health, lowest care provision, both are alive and in bad health, highest care provision. This is where the two things are bracketed. If we look at childcare, the childcare here, the dark blue line is again the situation if both great-grandparents are alive and in good health, then the child care provision is the lowest. Whereas if they are not alive, then there's the largest child care provision. Okay? Now these are pure averages in the data, and they could be driven by age. Right? The older the respondents are, the more likely it is that the great-grandparents are no longer alive, and the more likely it is that they have children themselves. So we have to take into account potentially confounding factors in our analysis. So this is what we do next. So we run regressions of the form where we look at possible combinations of the health status of generation GG, the great-grandparents, and ask what is the effect of the health status on a variable of interest, an outcome variable, which could be elderly care, child care, or the number of grandchildren. So these are the 3 different outcomes that we are interested in. And for all of these different outcomes, we run these regressions. So that beta, the coefficient of interest here, is the relative difference in the outcome variable relative to the baseline status, health status of generation GG. And in our set of controls, we control for age, health, education, marital status, number of siblings and children, and other controls of the generation G, the generation of the 50 to 74-year-olds. And we also have individual and wave fixed effects. Okay? So now I'm going to show you for these 3 outcome variables, elderly care, child care, and the number of grandchildren, outcomes of this regression, and be reminded that when I go from elderly care to child care or grandchildren, the baseline changes. In elderly care, the outcome, the baseline is both are alive and in bad health. So then I compare the results to this situation. Okay? For child care and number of grandchildren, the omitted category is both are dead. Okay? So here, this is elderly care provision. Remember then, in the baseline, approximate 40% provide elderly care if both GG are in bad health. This was the red line which I showed you earlier. Okay? Relative to this, if they are in better health, the generation GG, the care goes significantly down by 7 to 18 percentage points. And these different points here is whether one is alive and in bad health or two are alive and in good health. With two alive and in good health, the reduction in care is the largest. Similar to what I showed you in the pure descriptive data. So this is confirmed in our more sophisticated regression analysis. For childcare provision, the same picture again emerges that I showed you in this descriptive statistics, again confirmed in this more sophisticated analysis. Remember that about 50% provide childcare in the sample if both great-grandparents are no longer alive. Relative to this baseline, if both are alive and in good health, the childcare provision goes down by roughly 16 percentage points, or 17 percentage points roughly. Overall, it goes down by health status of generation GG by 2.5 to 17 percentage points. And this is relatively large effects, especially the 17 percentage points. The number of grandchildren. So now we are asking, we have the respondents of age 50 to 74. We ask them about the number of grandchildren that they have. Okay. Again, in the baseline, that's something I didn't show you, there is about 2.5 children, so on average, and 2.5 children doesn't exist, but on average 2.5 children if both great-grandparents are dead. Relative to this, the number of children, if both are alive and in good health, goes down significantly by about 0.25. Overall, the effect is somewhere between 0.1 and 0.2, 0.25. Okay? So also a relatively large reduction in the number of grandchildren. Last, we want to establish a little bit if there is evidence in the data for a two-sided care mechanism, so something like you take care of both types of both generations. So what we now ask, we made a relationship between elderly and child care. So here we have a dummy variable that takes one if great-grandparents are at least one is alive, okay? And you take care of them. And then we ask on the left-hand side, we ask if the generation G, the 50 to 74-year-olds, also take care of the children. The alpha then measures a positive correlation between taking care of both at the same time. And again, we control for various other covariates for the combined health status of generation GG and for fixed effects and at the individual and at the wave level. And what we do find is that there is a positive correlation between providing childcare and providing elderly care. And this is consistent with an economic model where you have altruism in both directions of generation G. Okay? And it's also consistent with taking it together with the other findings that I showed you, that care, overall care, goes down for children if I have to take care of the elderly, but at the same time I want to take care of both with this motive, with this preference motive on the one hand side, but a time resource constraint on the other hand side. So overall, what the empirical analysis has shown us that with higher elderly care, this is associated with lower childcare, with a lower number of grandchildren. Results that I didn't show you is that it's also correlated with higher labor force participation of women and lower financial support to the parents. And we also find a positive association between child and elderly care, which is consistent with the notion of family solidarity. So equipped with these findings, our next step, and as I said in the introduction, this is very much ongoing research, is to develop a quantitative model that allows us to speak on how much of this mechanism can explain, and I'm not saying that this explains everything, I'm asking how much it can explain on past trends in fertility, and what's the quantitative importance for future trends. And we also want to ask, this is a question we ask over time, and then in the cross-section of countries, if this link between increasing longevity and lower fertility through this care mechanism is stronger if formal care is more expensive, so that you need to provide more care informally, and that means you have less time for the grandchildren. Okay? So a question over time and a question in the cross-section. For these questions, we need a quantitative model. So how the quantitative model is going to look like, it's basically having our 4 generations model over time. So over the life cycle, a generation that is born in a given period T as daughters becomes mothers in the next year, becomes grandmothers in the next year, and with some probability of survival, becomes great-grandmothers in the last year of life. Here, in this transition, the time-varying survival rates, which we take from demographic projections, is going to be the key exogenous driving force. And then in this decision, whether mothers do have daughters, that's the key endogenous decision in the model on fertility. Okay? We have these 4 generations, D, M, G, and GG. As I said, the key decision makers are the generations M and G, and the generation G are our club sandwiches that have to take care on both sides. And the passive care receivers are generations D and GG. Now, a little bit in a nutshell, and I'm going to develop this first with the timing of events and then introduce more formality into this model. But what generation M observes is labor productivity and a bunch of other variables. And given that there is labor productivity in this model, the model has, and heterogeneity in it, has the standard trade-off between career and fertility choices. But it also has this care trade-offs. So the mother then, also in anticipation of how much help it might get from the grandmother, is going to decide on how many children to have and how to educate them. How many hours to put into the children, how many monetary transfers to pay for higher education or for education in general. Okay? Also, there is also going to be schools in this environment. Generation G observes its own productivity as well as the productivity of the mothers and decides also, observing the number of children that the mothers has given birth to, on and the number of siblings it has, on how much, on the one hand side, this is in blue, on how many transfers to pay to generation M in terms of monetary transfers to raise the children, and how much hours to provide to help them. Okay? This is on the one hand side. On the other hand side, club sandwich, it decides on how much time to devote helping or providing care to generation GG, and how many monetary input for formal care institutions to pay. Okay? And this comes at exogenous prices. So generation D is passive. Generation M has state variables, its own productivity, the number of children of the grandmothers, as well as the anticipation of hours transfers and monetary transfers in case of children being born, decides on consumption, labor supply, fertility, and the inputs into the children. Okay. Generation G, given observations on productivity on its own and the choices of the children, as well as its siblings, and conditional on whether the great-grandparents are alive, as well as the number of children of the great-grandparents, decides itself how much to consume, how much to work, how much child care to give to the granddaughters in terms of hours, how much monetary transfer support it gives for raising the daughters, and as well as the informal care and formal care for the generation GG. Okay. Generation GG, no decisions needs care. In terms of like the dynamic programs, Generation G cares about itself, cares about the mother generation, the number of mothers that are there, that are all identical, and how much they care about the mother generation depends on an altruism parameter. Conditional on Generation GG being alive, they care also with an altruism parameter about how well Generation GG is, given some quality of overall input in terms of money and time, in terms of care that Generation GG receives. Generation G also cares about itself with the probability of surviving into being great-grandparents. And here again, in red and blue, the two transfer payments in terms of money, so out of labor income, Generation G consumes, but out of its labor incomes, it also pays monetary transfers if GG is alive. That comes at the price of the formal care institutions. It provides monetary transfers to the children. And out of the time resource constraint goes out the labor that the generation does, the help that it provides to Generation GG, as well as the time into it for all the granddaughters that are there. Right. Good. For Generation M, the problem is not similar, but we also have to solve a dynamic problem, taking care of different generations. The key thing here is also in terms of institutions that I want to highlight now, because I'm running out of time, is that there is, for daycare institutions, there is a price, and these are the monetary inputs. So these formal institutional parameters is what we are going to take as exogenous. There's also schools in the model that we think about a cross-country comparison of dynamics over time in this model. Okay. So what we are doing here in this paper is we ask whether fertility decisions are influenced by intergenerational care. In particular, we ask, is with increasing survival and life expectancy and a higher population weight of the club sandwich generation, if the fact that they require more care by the generation of the 50 to 74-year-olds will have a feedback effect on fertility decisions of younger generations. So if there's more elderly care, if that leads to less child care, we establish that channel to be at work empirically, and our model then tries to quantify these effects through increasing life expectancy and formal care prices on trends in fertility. Thank you very much.
So the weight of the club sandwich generation depends not just on longevity, but also on the distance between generations. And that, there's probably variation in that across the countries that are in your sample and so on. So, I mean, ex ante, I know you've shown some evidence, but it wasn't obvious to me that there's increasing weight of that club sandwich generation in European countries. At least not in all of them.
You know, that's
a comment.
That's a very good comment. So that's in addition to variation of formal care prices across countries, distance is another measure that we can look at. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, I was interested in European intriguing comparison of trends, right? The fertility rate and the life expectancy of the older generation. Was wondering if complementary descriptive evidence from census data could be kind of macro accounting decompositions. I mean, what I have in mind, I mean, is motivated by something like the comment of Raquel earlier about those 100-year-old great-grandparents, right? Like constructing artificial fertility rates of those with larger age gaps across older generations, right? is accounting. There is no behavior there, but some of these is some of those variabilities will be exogenous, and this kind is more macro, is accounting, but you could do a decomposition to see kind of limits of how much in aggregate terms that could take care of.
Okay, thanks. Should probably talk about this a little bit more later, because I haven't fully understood the suggestion.
I think I have one similar suggestion. So you could just take the data and try and see, well, what would it take? How much could you possibly explain of the relationship you graphed initially through this mechanism? How many great grandparents are around? So I think that's what he.
But in a way, I don't fully understand the two comments, because that's what we do, right? In our empirical analysis.
You take share. You take share, and the share can be driven just by lower fertility. You can't just look at the share of a group in the population, because that can just be driven by lower fertility at the bottom, which is going to augment that without that playing a more important quantitative role. So the idea is just do an accounting exercise.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
That's what you're saying.
Yeah.
That's what you're saying.
Yeah, exactly. But I'm also going to say something else. No. That's in addition, is an identification question. So I mean, in some sense, what you're saying is kind of very interesting, because you're saying, oh, look, these people are otherwise distracted, so they can't take care of little children, right? And consequently, mothers are going to have fewer children because they will need. It's going to be more costly. That's the story. Of course, there are many other things happening at the same time. We have an increase in childcare facilities. We have sorry?
Men's involvement in childcare.
Men's involvement in childcare.
Because ignoring men in a workshop that it's called Families of the 21st Century, you should somehow.
So it would be nice to kind of go a bit further down from the macro down to the micro, and show some, if you could find some kind of, really exogenous source of variation to try and say, oh, look, this happened, and we have fewer children. Kind of actually see it, because I can see, the trends are such that the macro model is going to fit them. And if you don't put enough competing explanations in there, and if you don't have some independent evidence on the ground, it's going to be less convincing.
Just a short suggestion for identification. Maybe you can use deaths, right? So when you have only one grandparent, I mean, this influences availability and care, right?
Yes, thanks. I just have to take my notebook because I've forgotten
that. Thanks, Alex. So my question is about the model. How should we think about bequests here? Because people are living longer, bequests are delayed, and maybe the amount of bequests you're going to get is lower as well.
So the model at the moment doesn't have any savings yet, no asset accumulation, so we also cannot talk about bequests.
I guess maybe the key is, do you think that's an important margin here for the fertility? Okay.
Okay, thanks. I have a question that actually it's related to the previous one, but maybe looking at another perspective, which is the fact that I guess that these grandparents might be working or not, might have decided to retire or not, and depending on this, they might have more time to take care of their older people or also the grandchildren, right? So, what's the role that this decision of retiring and also the increase in retirement ages is playing in this problem?
I mean, we do look at the labor supply responses, whether someone is alive or not, or in bad or good health. And it is not obvious how labor supply should react. Because on the one hand side, you need to take care, and hence labor supply should go down. On the other hand side, you have an expenditure or income effect, and it's costly, and so labor supply might go up. So that's something that we look at. It's a partial answer to your question.
The thing is that I said it was related to the previous one because, I mean, depending on whether you're getting the bequest from your parents, you might decide whether to retire or not, right?
Yeah.
So this is why I think that the previous question was also important.
Alex, one question is, so empirical analysis is done from the perspective of generation G, no? But you could also do from the perspective of generation M.
No, we don't, because we don't have them in the survey.
Okay, you don't have it. That's my question.
The share looks at above 50, above 50. So we have only indirect questions on generation M that come from the respondents G. Okay.
That would be kind of ideal, no? Because
that would be ideal, certainly. But I mean, share in a way is an ideal data set if you think about questions regarded to care, but unfortunately it starts at age 50. And then we have a little bit of the younger population, but not too many.
And then going back to Lydia's comments, I guess you could, whether, you have multiple grandparents both on the two sides, that also you cannot capture, no? Whether, for the M generation, whether both the mother's side and the father's side are alive or not. I don't know whether, again, this depends on the structure of the share. That would be interesting to see whether that has an additional kick.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
So the last time we had one of these events, we had Andrew Scott, who spoke about longevity. And one of the points that he was making, very convincingly, is that these older people are not just living for longer periods, but they're engaged in an extremely much more active life. So just sort of focusing on the elderly generation as sort of either being a burden or providing childcare seems to be very narrow, whereas a lot of these people are now extremely vibrant. The other thing, Chips, I can tell you from in the American universities, one of the groups, there's a lot of them have this attitude of lifelong learning, and the groups which they try to appeal to are people in their 50s and their 60s returning to college. So I think I find the characterization of what the elderly are doing here to be very narrow.
Well, let me answer from two sides. One is, I emphasize it's not only healthcare that we think about. It's also about social care, right? And I agree with that. And that's why I do not expect our mechanism to be linearly, right? It is there for some time, but the healthier people get, the more vibrant is their life, and then this will disappear also. So I expect that mechanism to be hump-shaped, okay, and a transitional phenomenon. And that's kind of what we are also expecting from the quantitative model once we augment it, and that's not yet there, with health, with an explicit notion of health. Okay?
I was wondering if you could look at families with, for example, 2 girls or 3 girls, and look at how the responsibilities, both of the expectation would be towards their parents' care and towards children's care, because both of them are going to be diluted. And that should matter. And then also to look at families that only have boys, then they're taking care, maybe, their wife is taking care of both sets of parents, and then what the expectations might be there. And I haven't worked it out because it's your model, but I would think that those would give you very different predictions, and I think it'd be interesting to look at them.
The way to this more micro approach
I
to seeing
think
for the
it'd be interesting to see.
Good, thanks.
How does he work? Well, you see, there's more to the paper. Thank you. Martha sorting, yes. And now for something different, as they used to say in Monty Python. But first of all, I'd like to very, very warmly thank Nezi, Frank, Olympia for inviting me to present here. It's not orthogonal, the conference, so it's nice to be able to come to this. And I also want to thank CEMFI for being an extremely welcoming place. I've been spending more and more time recently, and it's a fantastic experience. Okay, they even share some of their students with me, so that's even nicer. Good. So this is a paper about a discussion and an approach to try and measure changes in marital sorting. It is joint with Pierre-André Chiapori and Monica Costa-Diaz and Hanze Zhang. I have to say that this paper came out of an arranged marriage between two papers that existed. The first one between the three of us, and then Hanse's paper. Okay, so sorting in the marriage market, refers to the tendency or otherwise of people to marry a same type of person. So, for example, the tendency of college graduates to marry other college graduates. So effectively the final amount of sorting that, of course, we get in society doesn't only depend on preferences. It's basically an endogenous equilibrium in the marriage market. And I think in the economic context, probably the first to discuss and associate to sorting with the structure of the household production function was Becker. Now, for example, if the type of one parent, say education, is a complement to the type of the other, then there are social gains to be had by people matching assortatively in a positive way. The structure of the production function determines to an extent the equilibrium set of marriages we see in a market. In turn, this is a determinant of household income distribution and possibly even the skills of children raised in the household. So that's why it's important, because it affects both income distribution, household well-being, intergenerational transmission, and consequently there's a lot of interest in it. And as a result, there's been an increasing interest in sorting by education. There are several studies have considered changes in sorting and its over time and its causes. And but the problem is that detecting the presence itself of sorting is actually totally straightforward, or relatively straightforward. But comparing the degree of sorting across markets is, as I will show, challenging, and this is reflected in the fact that the literature contains completely opposing results about what's actually happened. And one of the main motivations of this paper is to try and throw some light as to why there are these contradictions in the empirical results in the literature, and try to propose a way forward that could be, or at least a way to think about all these measures of sorting. Okay, so of course, in the front row here, we have a number of people who are central to this literature. Raquel and Richard Rogerson is a famous paper there, and of course we have the papers of Nezi, Gunnar, and a number of others. So it's a well-populated literature with a lot of thought that's gone into it. I won't go through every contribution in there because we have obviously a limited amount of time. So, the aim of this paper is to bring some clarity to the measurement of changes in sorting. So we're going to follow two approaches. One is going to be a bit like in the inequality literature. It's going to be an axiomatic approach. We're going to say, here's an index of sorting. What properties should it be reasonable that it satisfies? right? And if we list a set of properties, are we going to end up with, say, one index, right? So in other words, if we can sit in this room and say, oh, look, this is a good property, this is a good property, this is a good, well, you know, if we do that, that's the measure of sorting, and that's what we're going to believe in. The other approach is a structural economic approach. So, you know, what does an equilibrium marriage market model imply about how we should measure changes in sorting? Now, the point is that under certain conditions, these two approaches converge, but we haven't characterized that in a complete, in a complete way. In other words, there are certain sufficient conditions under which these two approaches are the same. So let's go through this. So we're going to deal with 2-by-2 sorting here. And one thing, there's a bit of controversy in the literature, but you know, basically sorting is a local phenomenon, right? Basically, if you go back to the economics of it, it's about supermodularity. Supermodularity is about positive second derivatives. Positive second derivatives are a local thing. So in other words, the distribution can be positively sorted in one bit, in one part, and negatively sorted in another, right? And the indices that I'm going to talk about the indices that combine the entire distribution, but necessarily what they're doing, they're trading positive sorting in one bit of the distribution, possibly with negative sorting somewhere else, and come up with an overall thing. So at the moment we're going to focus on this, which is nice and clean. So this is a matching matrix. These are number of people in number of couples in each group. So for example, A is the number of couples where both are college graduates, right? And okay, so for example, the margin distribution of education for women is this one. A plus C women are college graduates, and A plus B men are college graduates overall, right? So these people here are, these off diagonal are people who marry the other type, right? So these are the college, non-college, and so on.
Just verifying everyone marries?
In this model, yes, everyone marries. Or if you like, we look at the people who are married. Right? So the literature includes several indices. Yeah?
Would you say that that's a really important question?
Totally,
because,
yes.
That's part of the whole distribution is being unobserved when they're
Yes.
not married or being ignored. And then it changes the idea of what it means to have sorting.
Yeah.
It's always been a problem for me.
It is a problem, and it's something that's implicitly addressed when we look at you know, multiple types, and in that context you can look at also singles with a, you know, with a dummy type or something like that. But this is kind of controversial and hard enough, so we're just going to focus on that. So so our first approach is to define a set of axioms, as I said, that a measure of assortative matching should satisfy. So, so let's go straight to some of the measures. First of all, definitions. What we call by positive assortative matching, the mass of couples with equal education is strictly larger than what would be obtained by random matching. Okay, and that on the basis of this matrix here, oops. It requires that A times D is greater than B times C. Simple algebra. Now we call fully positive assortative matching if there's nobody marrying up or marrying down. So only college, non-college. Okay. It may not be possible, right? Because it will depend on the marginal distribution of education. And we call maximally positive assortative those where basically you've done, you know, you've married as much as possible within type, and then of course the ones who are left over have to marry across types. So in this case, maximally positive assortative will have one of the off diagonals equal to 0. That's what we call maximally positive assortative. So, indices that exist in the literature. First of all, we have the odds ratio. That's basically the ratio of AD to BC. I will justify that and that's going to be the favorite one. It's going to satisfy all our axioms. Our axioms are going to imply that this is the only index, and also it comes out of a marriage market model, right? Not any marriage market model. Then you have the index of Eika, Mogstad, and Zafar, which actually motivate us to write this paper, because it does give very odd results. This is basically comparing the actual probability of matching relative to what would have occurred at random, while the odds ratio compares the masses of people matching relative to those who would have relative to the mass of under random matching. This compares the probabilities. So one of the problems, of course, is that it requires the choice of a benchmark. So if you choose to use college here, you're going to get a different number than if you choose to use non-college. That's one thing I'm going to discuss. So it fails some axioms that we call invariants, which I will explain.
Which one would be, say, a correlation?
I'm coming to that. I will include that. So then the aggregate likelihood ratio of Eika, Mogstad, and Zafar, or the one they use anyway, is a weighted average of the two. Then we have another thing here we call normalized trace. You know, everyone knows what a trace of a matrix is. It's the sum of the diagonals. That's normalized by the population size, right? You call that 1 if any of diagonals are 0. Call that 0 if any diagonal is 0. Okay, that's another index, right? And minimum distance. Minimum distance is actually, so that's the measure that Raquel and Richard introduced. So take a matching matrix that is maximally assortative, a matching matrix that is created by random sorting, and find the constant convex combination of that best fits the actual thing. That's another index of sorting, right?
Actually, ours corresponds to correlation.
Yes, it is strongly related, yes. And Nezi here has been using the correlation with his colleagues, yes, they are very strongly related. I think, I'm not sure if they're identical, but let me come to that. Let me give you an example of the problem. So here, what are we doing? Looks complicated, but it's not. There are, first of all, as you can see, two what we call isoassortative curves. This isoassortative curve, so we take a benchmark. We take one matching matrix here, written in probabilities. Okay, so this is take this matching matrix here. 0.2, 0.1, 0.1, 0.6, A, B, C, D. Okay? There. Along this line here, you've got all matching matrices. The margins are changing. All matching matrices that, according to the odds ratio, are equally assortative to the benchmark. Okay? The dotted line is all the matching matrices, all the possible marriage combinations that are equally assortative according to the aggregate likelihood ratio, the Eika et al. Way. So in this area here and in this area here, odds ratio and aggregate likelihood ratio agree. In this part here, you have the odds ratio says it's more assortative. The aggregate likelihood ratio says it's less assortative. Indeed, the interesting bit is the extreme here, where you have a maximally assortative matrix. Everybody marries, they are both college graduates and there are no other marriages. The odds ratio says that is the maximally assortative thing. The aggregate likelihood ratio says that it's less assortative than the benchmark. All right? So despite the fact you've got a matrix which is 1, 0, 0, 0, the aggregate likelihood ratio says this is less assortative. Okay, so you go to the extreme, so in this area, odds ratio implies more assortativeness, and this ratio, in this place here, the odds ratio implies less assortativeness. Everywhere else they agree. So this is an illustration of how these indices can provide different conclusions as to whether sorting increased or not, and sometimes in a very counterintuitive way. And that's all down to how they treat the way that the marginal distributions change. Now, of course, if we look at the economy, why we're so interested in the changes in sorting is because over a long period of time, in the post-war period, the proportion of women who obtained much more education has increased dramatically relative to that. Men has increased as well, but not as fast. Okay, so, and that's what makes it interesting. You know, you've got a much more educated female population, and you want to know, how, and in some sense, the returns to education have gone up, so you believe that there's kind of increasing incentive for sorting. Well, what the aggregate likelihood ratio telling you is you've got less sorting at the top. The odds ratio telling you you've got more sorting at the top. So, of course, we could keep to our guns and say, I want this. So what we're trying to do is we're trying to find a way of formalizing, whether we like one index more than the other and why. Right? So we're going to go through a bunch of axioms. I won't do it to excruciating detail, but you will get the idea. First of all, we have a set of axioms which we call invariants. Okay, so the first one is obvious. It says if you scale up the population, if instead of having 10 million people, you've got 20 million people, right, nothing should change. The index should rank these marriage markets in the same way. Okay. The side invariance just says that if you flip the college, non-college, or non-college, college to each other, nothing should change. Okay. The third one said if you flip the college, college, non-college, non-college with each other, nothing should change. They should be equally assortative. Okay, the type-specific likelihood ratio fails type invariance. Right? In other words, if you look at this matrix or you look at this matrix, it's going to tell you the difference in sorting. All other measures, all the others that we've mentioned, satisfy the axioms of invariance, including the odds ratio, correlation, minimum distance, trace, etc. Now, the next one is a monotonicity axiom. So take two marriage markets that have the same marginal distributions. In other words, the same proportions of men and women in college or non-college. Okay? Now, but suppose that in one of them, more college people marry relative to the other one, then a monotonicity means that the one that has more college people should be more assortative than M prime. Okay, if everything else is kept the same, right? With the same marginals. So all of the indices satisfy this, thankfully. Be careful. When I show you in the diagram before, the margins were changing, right? So that's not inconsistent with what I just said before. Then we have what we call diagonal and off-diagonal monotonicity. So we're taking a marriage market, two marriage markets. They are identical, okay? But now I'm going to change the marginals because I'm going to put some more people up there. Some more college people. And an index satisfies diagonal monotonicity if it tells you that this is more assortative than this one. In other words, if you have 100 college married, and now you make that into 110, but don't change anything else, that should be more sorting. Yes, that should be more sorting if the index satisfies monotonicity. That's the definition. And then you have off-diagonal monotonicity if you increase the negatively sorted people and you keep everything else constant, then you should decrease sorting if the index satisfies off-diagonal monotonicity. So let me see about the monotonicity axiom. So type-specific likelihood ratio satisfies off-diagonal monotonicity, but fails diagonal monotonicity. So look at here. Look at this marriage market, 1116. Take that to 2116, right? The type-specific likelihood ratio goes from 225, declines to 222. In other words, despite the fact that you increased this, and nothing else changed, you increase that, your index is telling you it's gone down, and then you increase it further, it's gone down even more. Okay, so that violates monotonicity. The way, of course, just to make it clear to everybody, the way that axioms work, you say, well, you know, I've got this thing, I want an index that satisfies a bunch of things. You kind of work a little bit and say, is this a reasonable thing? And then that hopefully implies a way of doing it. Okay, so the aggregate likelihood ratio satisfies off-diagonal monotonicity, but fails diagonal monotonicity as well. And all the other measures satisfy diagonal and off-diagonal monotonicity. And now we come to now harder axioms. These are what we call the homogamy actions. So there are two. One is the maximum homogamy, and the other is full homogamy. Maximum homogamy says that any marriage market where you have, you know, AD is positive, so you've got people on the diagonal, but at least one non-diagonal element is 0. Right? That's the maximal homogamy definition. Then, then that marriage market would have to be at least as assortative as any other marriage market. In other words, if you're the maximal homogamy, the index should tell you that this is the most sorting. And full homogamy. Now, so that's a less restrictive condition is that the index satisfies full homogamy. In other words, if everybody's on the diagonal, the index should tell you that this is the most sorting that you have, right? And okay, so type-specific and aggregate likelihood ratio fail the homogamy axioms. Correlation fails maximum homogamy. So here's a table. See where we are now with these axioms, right? So we have three classes of axioms: invariance, monotonicity, homogamy. We have these specific 6 indices that we have decided to look at, which are commonly used. The shaded ones satisfy all the axioms. The non-shaded ones fail somewhere. Okay, so for example, the minimum distance satisfies all these axioms, right? But correlation fails maximum homogamy. So there is a difference between correlation and minimum distance. The aggregate likelihood ratio fails diagonal monotonicity and fails both homogamy axioms. Of course, these are very, very fundamental to what we're trying to measure. So then the next step here is, can we add an axiom that, you know, is reasonable, that will thin down this 3 into just 1? Okay, that's the, you know, in other, okay. So now we're going to go back in the literature, in the statistics literature, in JRSS-A. Edwards, in 1963, gives us an axiom, right? And he says, suppose that 2 marriage markets differ by the number of educated women, right? I'm making it specific. Then an index satisfies marginal independence they will rank them as equally assortative if educated women match to educated and uneducated men in the same proportion. Okay? In other words, if you just increase the number of educated women, right, sorting should not be measured as changing unless these ratios change. That is what Edwards, justified in his JRSS paper as an axiom. Now, if you impose that and all the other axioms, guess what? The odds ratio induces the unique preorder that satisfies marginal monotonicity, marginal independence, and maximum homogamy. Right? So if you believe this, if you are willing to take that axiom, and the previous ones, of course, then the odds ratio is the index for you. Okay, and it's unique. Okay. Okay, but sorry, we've not proved that there's no other index that one can come up with. Of course, any monotonic transformation of the odds ratio is fine, right? But we're not talking about non-monotonic transformations. But of these indices, it's certainly the one. So I don't have that much time. And now we have here we have multiple types and certain conditions on decomposability. This decomposability of markets, not multiple types. So so the odds ratio is not decomposable. So if you've got two markets, one in Barcelona and one in Madrid, you can't decompose the total sorting into the Barcelona one and the other one, just kind of add them up. But you can for some. So what is decomposable is indeed the trace and the likelihood ratio. The problem is they violate other criteria. So I just want to do very quickly this and show you some empirical results which illustrate the issues. So you can go now to the economics of it, right? What is sorting about? It's about the supermodularity of the surplus of a match. In other words, some license here. The second cross derivative between education groups, if the second cross derivative of education group is positive, in other words, if the man's and the woman's education are complementary, right, then there are social gains to positive sorting, right? That's Becker's result, right? And if you put all that together in a model of discrete choice like Chu and Xiao did, and you assume the distribution of the errors is extreme value, then out comes the odds ratio as your index that reflects supermodularity. Okay, but that's distribution dependent. In other words, if you don't assume extreme value, assume some other distribution, then you're going to get a different index. However, we also derive some non-parametric distribution-free conditions, but they don't give you a full preorder, right? So if these conditions are satisfied, right, on the number of people married in each bit, then you have an increase in sorting, which is independent of any distributions. Okay, so I'm a bit pressed for time. Multiple types, I'm going to skip it, in other words. Okay, so now we're going to look at educational homogamy in the US. We're going to compare the 50s cohort and the 70s cohort. That's an interesting cohort to look at because between the 50s and the 70s, the returns to education increased a lot. So we would, so in some sense, we believe that the incentives to positively sort have increased between these two, right? And would like to verify if that happens. Now there are other papers in this space like Gileb and Lang, but they do things slightly differently than us. So just to show you the education distribution, just look at the horizontal line. You see the proportion of of women in each education category: high school dropouts, high school, some college, college and postgraduate. So you can see, for example, 19% and 7 became 27 and 15, right? So much more highly educated women. Of course, it went up for men as well, but not in that impressive amount. Okay, so that's the and that of course is where the problems of measuring changes in sorting come from. If the margin distribution do not change, none of these problems arise. They arise when the margin distribution changes. Okay, so here what do you have? Each column is a different 2x2 matrix. Okay, so and each row is a different index. The things below that are Romano-Wolf multiple testing p-values. The ones in the round brackets test for all these hypotheses that you see up there. So we're just trying to make sure that the things are significant, not just doing 5% on each rate, but taking into account that we're testing tons of stuff. All right. So anyway, all these p-values are 0. Well, not all of them, but some of them are. So let's look at the odds ratio here. This is comparing college and postgraduate against some college. So we're looking just at the top of the distribution, right? And what the odds ratio tells you that sorting increased. One of the two likelihood ratios tells you it decreased. The other one tells you it increased. The sum of the two, the weighted sum, tells you it decreased. Normalized trace tells you it increased. Chi-squared tells you it increased, and minimum, which is basically the square of correlation here. Minimum distance says you basically it didn't change much. Okay. Of course, these are all ordinal indices, so you shouldn't take the quantity itself very seriously, right? You should take the sign more seriously than the size, because monotonic transformations in most of them are admissible. If you look at postgraduate versus the very top, if you go to the very top, postgraduate versus college, they all agree that sorting decreased. In other words, there is less positive sorting in the group of people who have as a minimum education an undergraduate degree and as a or postgraduates. Then if you look at college versus some college, again, the odds ratio told you it increased. One of the likelihood ratios tells you it decreased, and so on. So this kind of reflects exactly the problem, right? So these two lines there, right? Okay. So here we're doing the following: we're doing college and postgraduate. So let's say college people versus everybody else. This is something I didn't discuss about robustness to categorization. These measures are not all robust to categorization. Yeah. But in any case, if you do that so this is the whole population. This is subsets of the population. This is the whole population. So this is literally, just looking at people with some college and above. This is looking at people with college versus some college. This is looking at everybody, top versus everybody else. So the odds ratio tells you the sorting increased. L1 ratio tells you it decreased. L2 it increased, and so on. Chi-squared tells you it increased. Minimum distance tells you it increased. Okay, so that's so basically two lessons from here, or a few lessons. The first is that the various indices that we have to measure sorting can give contradictory results. Okay, we trace these contradictory results to whether they satisfy a bunch of axioms that we consider reasonable. If you take all these axioms as, if you accept all these axioms that we present, then your index is the odds ratio. There are complications when we have to deal with multiple types. Because the odds ratio, although it works very well for the 2x2, is not robust to categorization. and that's more. And we believe, on the basis of all this, that educational homogamy increased in the US at the top of the distribution, but not at the very top of the distribution. That's it.
Thank you.
So, I think I discussed this with Pierre-André at some point. So is there one-to-one mapping? Sorry. So when you write down the model, in the model you can change the assortativeness by exogenous forces. There is monotonic mapping between this, what you measure, when you increase the assortativeness in the model, you simulate the data and you measure with these different indices. That mapping is monotone?
I'm not completely sure. So this is not this is actual data, right?
No, this is actual data. But I'm asking, suppose you show the, Cho and CO type of model.
Yes.
In that model, you can change the fundamentals.
Let's say we take an economic marriage market model.
Exactly.
Okay. We force a change in sorting through some kind of exogenous thing.
And then you, with the simulated data, you use these indices.
Yes.
Is the mapping always monotone?
So that's an interesting, very interesting question, actually. If the underlying model is actually extreme value, if it's a Chu and Xiao type model, yes.
Odds ratio, yes.
Yeah, exactly.
My question is whether you check with the others.
No, we have not. We haven't done this kind of exercise that you're mentioning. Yeah.
Odds ratio will work because we know from the work of Cho and Xiao.
So what we don't have, we don't have an if and only if kind of thing where we can characterize, an index with respect to any economic model, right? So all we know is this link between the Chu and Xiao type model with extreme value and the odds ratio.
Okay.
Yeah, great, very nice. Finally understood what you were trying to tell me about these discrepancies.
Takes me a bit of time.
And an outsider's comment. Sometimes, we need two numbers, not one number, right, to describe something. Income effects and substitution effects, things like that. And here, wouldn't it make sense to look for one number capture the change in marginals, and another number to capture the change in matches given marginals to characterize what's going on, instead to find a magic single number that does both things at the same time?
That's a very interesting question. Another way of thinking about it is to try and isolate the. There is a mechanical effect, right? Suppose you start with a world where there are equal college graduate men and women, and they're all positively sorting, right? And then you increase the number of graduating women, and you don't do anything else, then they will have to marry down, full stop, right? That's a mechanical effect, right? But then there is an equilibrium effect there as well. So then So I would rephrase it as, can we distinguish the mechanical effect of the changes in marginal to a resorting because the economic incentives changed? I'm not exactly sure how to do that, but in some sense, the minimum distance a little bit like that, right? Yeah.
My question is related, which is we care about assortative mating for different economics questions. We might care about it for, say, optimal taxation of couples, or we're worried about the education of children, exacerbating inequality in the next generation. I wonder if you've been thinking about how different measures can speak to different underlying economic questions.
A way of translating your question is, okay, tell me if a way of translating your question is the following. Suppose people match on more than one characteristic, right? So because in that sense, you might want to look at different dimensions for different purposes. But in this world where they only match on one characteristic, I think I don't think you would need different approaches depending on why you care about sorting. But if you tell me that I don't want a world where they're just matching on education, but I want a world where they're matching, say, on education and on geography or ethnic provenance or whatever.
I'm more thinking that there may be economic questions, which I'm really worried about how many college couples there are in the economy, and other questions where instead I care about more points in the education distribution or some groups and so on. So
I haven't thought about that. I have difficulty in answering it in that way.
My question is exactly Alessandra's, so I'm just going to say it a different way. You know, when we look at measures of inequality, there's many measures of inequality.
Yes.
And to me, it's always been a little bit, I guess I've always thought the way you measure it should be driven by the question that you're asking. And rather than try to maybe find the one that satisfies all these axioms, which I think is a good thing to do, we might want to think, what's the question that we're asking and what's the best measure or a good measure for the question that we're asking? So it doesn't have to do with the number of characteristics, but it might have to do whether you're asking a geographic question, as you're saying, or whether we only care about sorting at the top, or whether we're caring about who's not getting married at all. Maybe we would like to use different measures according to that question. And I agree that it just makes it, maybe it makes it harder, but maybe it makes it easier to ask.
Yeah, it's hard for me to think of it in an abstract fashion. I mean, it's clearly challenging to think of sorting when the two characteristics take many values, like all these different educational categories, and in some sense that speaks a little bit to what you're saying. But sometimes, you know, people like inequality, they want to say, you know, inequality went up, right? Of course, the measure that they're using is sensitive to, it relates to some underlying social welfare function, right? And it might be. So another interesting question to ask is, let's take one of these measures and say the normalized trace and ask, is there an economic model, preference structure, whatever, that supports that, okay? On the other hand, the axiomatic approach kind of tells you that some of these measures would have to be a very peculiar preference structure because they violate kind of things that we might think are pretty fundamental, like in inequality, right? You know, we have an axiom in inequality that if you give a little bit more money to the poor and change nothing else, then inequality should go down. What kind of social welfare function would violate that? You know, so similar to this, yeah.
So going back to Manolo's question, I think in statistics there are ways to, suppose you have two contingency tables. Mm-hmm. There are algorithms to standardize them so that they have the same marginals, but they keep the degree of assertiveness. So,
but is that unique? Is that that's the question.
There's an algorithm that, I mean, we did this in some papers, in one paper in the AER papers and proceedings, but in the appendix, since those papers are short, with Jeremy. And then once you standardize the marginals, and you standardize them having like 1/2, for example, and then you have two contingency tables, and then you can use like normalized trace or whatever, and then so at least there's an algorithm. Whether it is unique or not, that much I didn't investigate at that point, but it looked at least we did that as a robustness check, and that kind of addresses a little bit of the concern of Manolo.
Which will get you to the mechanical vis-a-vis economic change in structure. Yeah. Lunch.
So thank you very much to all the organizers for inviting me to speak at this super interesting event. I'm going to talk about a joint paper with my colleagues, Abby Adams and Matthias Jensen, about birth timing and spacing by skills, implication for estimating child penalty and parental leave dynamics. So let me start as a motivation with a simple example, which has basically motivated our approach in this paper. It's like, let's consider somebody who has just had their first child. This person is entitled to 1 year of job-protected parental leave, and they take the full year, after which they go back to the pre-birth employer. They go back to exactly the same job where they started. And then the question that we try to sort of address here, how should we consider this person during parental leave, as employed or non-employed? And the answer to this question is kind of complicated by the fact that sometimes institutions measure outcomes in the labor market in different ways, according to the sort of prevalent parental leave provision. So for example, as in Denmark, which is the context of our paper, people are entitled to an initial period of parental leave benefits on full replacement, like full pay. So imagine that this person has 6 months of full pay, which is paid through the firm, and another 6 months at 50% of usual pay paid by the government. So with this kind of numbers, how should we consider their labor market status during parental leave? For example, should their earnings be zero because they weren't working at all? Should their earnings be 50% because for 50% they were paid through payroll and 50% through Social Security? Should be 75% because 75% is basically what is their disposable income overall? Or maybe 100% because they have been fully attached to the labor market throughout? The answer to this question, of course, depends on the research question at hand. The way we want to measure outcomes depends on what question we want to ask of the data. So if we want to know about the value of actual hours supplied to the labor market, then we want to consider sort of participation and earnings as zero during parental leave because that person was actually not working. If we really want to think about labor market attachment and changes in labor supply decision once you get back to work, then we should probably get rid of this kind of incapacitation effect, and let's think, okay, the potential earnings for this person were 100% while she was on job-protected leave, and then let's see what they decided to do with their labor supply. So basically, with this kind of research question at hand, this is what we do in this paper. We argue that the measurement of outcomes during parental leave spells has significant impacts on the measurement of the career costs of children. And this is really a point typically overlooked in this kind of exploding literature that measures child penalty. So in the past 10 years, we have seen a proliferation of papers on this point. And typically, these papers have concluded that the remaining inequalities are mostly about children. So there is an issue of measurement there. To address this question, we use Danish administrative data, and basically we say it's important to recognize the systematic relationship between the timing of fertility, the spacing of subsequent births, the parental leave dynamics, and the labor market outcomes. So, as you would imagine, we detect substantial heterogeneity in all these patterns, in all these dimensions by mother skills. And we say this is kind of interesting in its own right, but it's also important for measuring the career cost of children. So I will be very brief on the literature. We mostly speak to two strands of work. One is the literature on fertility, and there has been a recent handbook edited by Alessandra that contains quite a few papers overviewing the trends in this literature. And basically, one of the key ideas is that fertility has entered a sort of new era that has also dictated a lot of the research around this topic. And one of the key points is that there has been convergence in total fertility across the skill distributions or income distributions. But nevertheless, there remain very important differences in the timing of births. So for example, in the US, if you look at high school dropouts, only 3% of them, 3% of high dropout women become mothers after age 30. And if instead you look at college graduates, it's more than a third that have their first child after age 30. So with the natural decline in fertility with age, the differential timing at which you start to have children has obvious implications for the spacing of subsequent births. So for example, if people like me, or presumably many of the people in this room, had their first child in their mid-30s, if you want to have more children, like 2 or 3, you need to space them relatively tightly.
If you start in your early 20s, you have another 20 years of fertility in order to space your birth. So this is basically the key implication of the fact that total fertility has converged, but the timing is quite different. So this is the kind of first strand of work that we talked to. And basically, we link to this literature on the child penalty because we say that this kind of timing and spacing, and most importantly, the measurement of parental leave spells, has an impact for measuring child penalties. So as I was saying before, child penalties have been recognized as one key component of remaining inequalities between men and women. And in the last decade or so, there has been a proliferation of event study evidence on this question. So event studies are a very simple and powerful tool that compare the earning trajectories of women that give birth at different points in time in their life cycle. This is the whole identifying variation in event times evidence. This kind of approach was widely popularized by a number of papers by Clever and co-authors, and the key finding of this approach is that parenthood is roughly kind of neutral for fathers' careers, but it drives a large and persistent drop in maternal earnings. The primary specification in this literature, as I was saying before, is basically comparing people of the same gender and the same age who give their first birth at different ages. And the points that I was making before about heterogeneity in timing and spacing of births, of course, has implication for estimating this kind of child penalty. So this is what we are going to do in this paper. So this is the kind of classical specification for event study child penalty estimates. So Y is the outcome that we care about. It could be earnings, it could be labor force participation. Delta is a set of event study dummies. So typically you could start some time before first birth with some kind of time horizon after childbirth. And then there are age dummies and calendar time dummies. And this equation is typically estimated separately by gender. So G here denotes gender. For identifying the causal impact of childbirth on earnings, there are three kind of implicit assumptions that are made in this specification here. First of all, the age of first birth should be unrelated to potential earnings, because here what we are leveraging is the fact that different people who we observe at the same age of the same gender, they give birth at different ages. So, of course, we want to impose that the age of first birth is unrelated to earnings potential. In addition, one would need smooth counterfactual outcomes around childbirth. So absent childbirth, counterfactual outcomes would evolve smoothly. And third, measurement error, if any, in labor market outcomes should be independent of the timing of childbirth. And in a sense, when you use administrative data, you typically think that measurement error is not a big issue relative, for example, to survey data. But there is one particular component about the measurement of outcomes during parental leave that would show up as some sort of measurement error, which is systematically related to earnings potential. So I will show you a lot more evidence for why. So basically, I'm going to show you some facts about skill heterogeneity in fertility patterns, and these facts advocate some very simple modification to this kind of baseline specifications. Now, what I'm saying about these first two assumptions on the age of first birth and smooth counterfactual outcomes, they relate specifically to this particular way of identifying the career cost of children. There are other methodologies, for example, based on structural life cycle models or instrumental variable estimates. These assumptions would not apply there in the same way, but the third one would. So the key here is that this kind of measurement error related to the measurement of outcome during parental leave is independent of the kind of underlying model we are estimating. It would apply to any other model. So in terms of outline, let me start with a brief description of the data. So we are using monthly data from the Danish Administrative Register. So these are the typical employer-employee match data. And we have very sort of fine-grained, high-frequency data on earnings, hours, labor market spells, unemployment, parental leave, including other benefits. And then we have the typical demographic information, for example, education, graduation date, date of birth of children, etc. What we build is basically a 10-year window, is a balanced panel, 5 5 years before first birth and 5 years after first birth. So we have this kind of 10-year panel of monthly data centered around first birth. This kind of 10 years is dictated by several constraints. One constraint is data availability. The monthly data start in 2008. Our data set ends in 2020, and we want to have some period before and after birth, but also we don't want to expand too much the window after birth, because looking at, say, 5 years after first birth implies kind of different identifying assumptions than looking at, say, 10 years after birth. So precisely because we are leveraging variation in the age of first birth, if we want to estimate penalties, say, at 10 years, we need to compare people who give birth 10 years apart. And we believe that these people might not be really comparable, 10 years apart in terms of their own age. So in our sample, we end up with 74,000 firstborn babies and their parents. And of course, we have additional fertility after the firstborn. We consider 4 education groups, so high school dropouts, high school graduates or equivalent vocational education, BA, this would be equivalent to a 3-year degree, or MA, equivalent to longer university degree or postgraduate. So to give you a sense of magnitude, there is 10% of the population in the first group, 40% in the second, and then 30%, and then 20%. One may argue that the kind of completed education you choose might be endogenous to your sort of fertility intentions. For example, if you decide that you want to have children very early, you may not enroll into postgraduate education. So in that case, we also look at a different measurement of skill based on high school completion grades, which is more exogenous to fertility intentions. But most of the paper is going to be on these 4 groups. For parental leave, this is kind of important for measurement in this context. So in Denmark, mothers are entitled to 1 or 2 months of parental leave pre-birth at full salary replacement, but this is not really important for what we're doing. The complication starts with the postnatal, because there are 2 periods of parental leave. Sorry. No, so what is available after birth is this 48 weeks of total duration. And then in addition, you can have those 2 months before birth. So in the first period of coverage, you have full salary replacement, which is paid through payroll. It's paid by your employer. This first period varies by collective agreement, so it depends on which sector you're working. So typically it's between 4 and 7 months. The second period, the benefits are paid by the state, by the social security system. The replacement ratio is very high, around 90% with a cap. The total duration is 48 weeks, 14 are reserved for the mothers, 2 weeks are reserved for the fathers. The difference between these 2 periods, it's only, I want to argue, in terms of accounting. In one case, it comes through payroll. In the other case, it comes from the social security. But the cost always falls on the social security, because employers are basically compensated by the state by what they paid during the initial, say, 6 months. So this figure here shows what kind of benefits or earnings people get around the birth of the first child. Forget about the blue lines. The blue lines refer to the men. Let's just look at the women, the pink red lines. The figure looks very messy because the system is messy, so that's the whole idea. So the top dashed line here represents the share of people who are on parental leave. So this vertical line here is first birth, and this is the share of people who are on parental leave. Now, this lower dashed line is the share of people who are on parental leave, but they're paid by their employer because they're still in the first period of entitlement. So what this means is that if you look at labor market earnings, they fall with first birth, they fall a bit, but then they fall even more towards the second period of parental leave, and then they rise again. So in a sense, it's kind of messy, because if you just look at earnings, it looks like earnings are falling a lot in the second part of parental leave and then rising again, when indeed it's much more likely that these people were not working in the first part of parental leave. So in terms of measurement of outcomes, if we just follow the data, the labor market data on earnings. Yes, so let me go back. So here, this pink line represents the earnings as measured in the data. So initially, the earnings just after birth are relatively high here because parental leave benefits are paid through payroll by the employer. And then here they're phased out and they're paid by Social Security. Yes. So basically, if we just use the data that we have, part of parental leave with full salary replacement, which comes through payroll, would be recorded as positive earnings, and then the later period would be counted as non-employment with zero earnings. And we suggest, let's take one of these two alternatives. Let's consider them as sort of bounds. Either we count all parental leave spells as non-employment with zero earnings, or we decide to set all outcomes during parental leave spells at the level observed just before going on parental leave, because this is exactly the level of earnings and hours and wages you're entitled to come back while leave is job protected. Okay? So in a sense, this kind of method number 2 is also what the ILO definition of employment would recommend. If somebody has a kind of job protected leave, technically they are employed. Now, of course, choosing this method or this method depends, again, on the research question that we're asking. If we want to ask how many hours and how much earnings are people receiving from their employer, in this case, this is 0. Okay, so we want to say, let's set all those outcomes at 0 level, and we know exactly what their labor supply was in terms of actual hours. If we don't care all that much about this kind of initial incapacitation effect, and we want to know about labor force adjustments later on, then perhaps we want to set these outcomes at the level recorded just before going on parental leave. Now, what I'm saying here is not just about parental leave, it's about any sort of labor market break. So, whenever you have a work interruption, this can shape subsequent earnings through various channels. First of all, there is this kind of incapacitation effect, contemporaneous incapacitation effect, while actual hours drop to 0. You're not working, hours are 0, earnings are 0. Then you may think that also there is a kind of actual labor market experience channel, because labor market experience doesn't accumulate while you're on leave, so you may think of like human capital depreciation or lack of accumulation of new learning. Then there can be new labor supply choices after the career break. And we argue that this is especially important in this kind of context here, when we talk about the career cost of children in terms of, for example, women having higher preferences for some particular family-friendly attributes. For example, some women may decide to switch to part-time jobs, to more flexible hours, to jobs associated with shorter commutes, to jobs that allow you from working from home. These are the kind of interesting questions that this literature has been asking. This literature hasn't been talking all that much about the incapacitation effect while you are on maternity leave. Now, on top of all that, there can be sort of job search effects in the case in which the leave is not job protected, and therefore basically it's like you're falling down the job ladder and you have to search for a new job again. But I'll put this in bracket because this does not apply in this case. We're only looking at people who go on job protected leave. So, as I said before, we really want to measure things in the way that is commensurate to our research question. Now, let me show you a few data, the facts that we want to sort of relate to the model assumption, and then I'm going to show you child penalties. So the first assumption that we are using here is that the age of first birth should be unrelated to the earnings potential. And then here, the stylized fact I'm showing is the cumulative share of first birth for the 4 different education groups. This is the women, this is the men. This is what I was saying before, that basically the median age of first birth is about 24 for the high school graduate and about 30 for the university graduate. So there are systematic differences in the age of first birth. If you think that these people, because they have different education levels, they have systematically different earning trends, then of course this kind of assumption would be violated, because we are comparing people who give birth at different ages and they're on different earnings trends. Another point that is kind of interesting in this context is that here, if you look at the probability of graduating from whatever cycle of study was your last level of education, you see that this probability of graduating is particularly high a few years before birth, and then it drops down. So basically, this is implying a situation in which people have their first child relatively soon after graduating. You can sort of revert the axis the other way around, I don't know which way is clearer. This is years from graduation at first birth, and this is the share of first birth. So you see that just after graduation time, there is a spike in the likelihood of having a first birth. So this means that your sort of level of education switches from one step to the next step at a point in time that is fairly close to when you have your first child. So again, the assumption of smoothness here might be violated. Then the third thing, which is the thing that makes the most of a difference here, is that the incidence of additional births varies quite a lot across education groups. So this graph here shows the incidence of first birth. This is 1 for everybody at time 0 by definition. And then, as you can see, there is another bump here. Basically, this is like the arrival of the second child or the third child, etc. And as you can see, for the highest educated, this bump is higher than for the lowest educated. And then you can see that in different ways. For example, in terms of cumulative fertility, 5 years on, when your first child is 5 years old, the likelihood of only having that one first child is highest for the low educated, and it decreases monotonically with education. And the probability of having had a second child is lowest for the low educated, and it increases monotonically with education. And this translates into differential usage of parental leave. So throughout this kind of horizon, the incidence of parental leave spells is highest among higher educated than among the lowest educated. And this is for 2 reasons. One reason is because these guys are having more children. The other reason is because the educated guys are more likely to be employed at baseline when they have the child, so they're more likely to be covered by parental leave. So just to give you a sense about the change in raw earnings relative to baseline, whether or not you consider parental leave as earnings or not, here this is just earning trends, not controlling for anything. This is simply normalized at year -2. So you have this huge drop, which refers to mostly the first spell of parental leave, and then subsequent drops later on. For the sake of time, I'm only looking at women. I'm not saying all that much about men because there isn't all that much parental leave going on there. And if you impute earnings as a sort of pre-birth earning during parental leave, you see that things are much smoother. So this kind of drop in earnings here represent actual sort of labor force decision, actual labor force changes. Okay, so let's move on to the estimation of child penalties, taking on board what we could learn from this kind of stylized facts. All we want to say is that this kind of stylized fact would call from some kind of simple modification to the baseline specification. So we either estimate child penalty separately by education, where S denotes skill, so everything is separate by education, or we obtain some sort of mean child penalty by not interacting the event time dummies by education, but interacting everything else by education. So we mostly look at the medium-run child penalties. So basically, this is computed in year 5, and this refers to the difference between the 2 event dummies for fathers and mothers, each of them relative to the potential earnings at time 5. So potential meaning netted out of the impact of birth. So this is basically the difference in the graphs that I was showing you, the difference between the height of the female line and the height of the male line at year 5. Okay, so this is what we get with the classic specification. And by classic, I mean setting all outcomes during parental leave equal to 0. This is the estimates for women. These are the estimates for men. So if you compute, let's just focus on the medium-run child penalty at year 5, you could see that for the high school dropouts, there is a drop in female earnings relative to male earnings of 21%, 23% for the high school graduates, 30% for the 3 years degree, 27% for the long university degree. As you can see here, some part of the penalty is actually driven by the fact that there is actually a premium for the men. There isn't just a setback for the women. There seems to be a fatherhood premium here. Some of the fatherhood premium is going away, is disappearing when we control for time since graduation. And this is basically picking up the fact that men tend to have kids at a point in time when their earnings trajectory are particularly steep. This is also related to their time since graduation. So controlling for time since graduation adjusts the child penalties mostly for the highly educated. This is where this correlation is strongest. So we get, again, 21% high school dropouts, 21% high school graduates. Most of the reduction is here, 23% and 23%. And then finally, the biggest change is what happens if you impute all parental leave outcomes at the level that you observed just before going on leave. So the whole idea here is that this would be an incapacitation effect. You're entitled to go back to exactly those level of earnings. So we want to pick whatever happens in your sort of labor supply adjustments over and above that incapacitation effect. So as you can see, unsurprisingly, you no longer have this huge drop after birth that was mostly explained by parental leave. And the penalties in this case are 19%, 15%, so it doesn't change almost at all or very little for the high school dropouts, but it changes a lot for the BA graduates and the MA graduates. So this is, thank you, this is basically halved. And the reason why these estimates are so much lower is because precisely for everybody who is on parental leave, we're not giving them zero earnings, we are giving them their sort of theoretical earnings. But why is that so much higher for the highly educated? For three reasons. The first reason is because these guys are more likely to have children, so the subsequent fertility kicks in more frequently. Conditional on additional kids, these people are more likely to be protected by parental leave. And third, the adjustment in earnings for parental leave for these people is a lot higher for the people who are high school dropouts because their earnings are higher. On top of that, of course, when we estimate this kind of event study models, given that we control for age dummies, some sort of kind of life cycle effects, of course, also the estimates of the age dummies is affected by the way we measure the outcomes. So in this particular case, precisely because the trends are a lot smoother when you control, when you impute the parental leave, so this is with parental leave imputed, and this is with parental leave at zero, then in this case, of course, the age dummies are affected and they pick up quite a bit more of the sort of decline in earnings, of the trends in earnings rather than the event study dummies. Okay, now, to summarize, this is just comparing the three types of estimates that we obtain for each skill group and for the groups and for the average population. So as I was sort of anticipating, the difference is very small. It's only about 12% for the high school dropouts. It's higher, 35% for the high school graduates, then 52% and 49% here. So overall, the child penalty estimate netted out of the incapacitation effect is 45% lower. It's almost a half of what we would be estimating using the sort of zero earnings when on parental leave. This is about earnings. This is about participation. It's very similar. So the kind of gradient in the magnitude of adjustment is very, very similar. We could look at wages and hours, but in a sense, we didn't really go much deeper in that because these are all outcomes conditional on participation, and there's huge participation margin there. So it's probably not worthwhile to deal with those highly selected outcomes. These outcomes really make the point quite clearly. Now, in the last 5 minutes? 7. Perfect. Yeah. Yes, for the participation, one of the 3 channels I mentioned before is not at work because we're not talking about earnings. So the 2 channels that are at work here is more frequent births for the highly educated, more likely to be covered by parental leave for the highly educated, and then a different estimated pattern for age dummies. It's a genuine sorrow? Yes, exactly. So anything that happens on parental leave is set constant, so there couldn't be an effect there. In the time remaining, I'm going to show a couple of extensions. The first one is heterogeneity by number of children. Of course, people used to estimating this kind of event study models wouldn't like this kind of heterogeneity because you may always argue that having a second child or a third child, and when you have them, is endogenous to the kind of penalties you experience with your first child. But as a sort of accounting exercise, what we are showing here is the child penalties for women who only have one child during the sample period, or 2 or 3 separately. So, and this is aggregated at the level of the whole population. So all the age dummies and the years since graduation dummies are interacted by education. The event study dummies are not. These are the event study dummies. So this pink line here is for women who only have one child. The first dashed line is the 2 children. So this is the first, and this is the bunching associated to the second, and this is basically the 3 kids, 1, 2, and 3. This is by setting all outcomes during parental leave equal to 0. If we adjust them with imputation, this is what you get. So basically, what you would conclude is that these lines, they sit very much on top of one another, so it's all about the extensive margin. If you have one child, then if on top of that you have 2 or 3, you are very much on the same earnings trajectory. So the reason why we would conclude that actually you might be worse off if you have 3 as opposed to 1 is because of incapacitation effects. Now, if anything, you may say, well, if you have 3, you're not exactly at the same point. But again, these earning trajectories are very, very similar, and certainly more similar with one another than with what would happen in the absence of childbirth. So it's all very much at the extensive margin. This is about participation, it's very much the same. The last bit I wanted to show, which is feasible on this data, but is not always feasible with other kind of data where you don't have high school grades, you would say, how about we measure skills not as sort of completed degrees, but as your GPA during a secondary education? One may think that, for example, educational choices could be endogenous to fertility preferences. And as an alternative, therefore, we look at the grades that people had in secondary school that are available for everybody except the high school dropouts. So basically, we construct another 4 groups. The first group is going to be the same as the other one, so high school dropouts. And then for those who have a high school degree, we take 3 terciles of GPAs. So we have the bottom tercile, the middle tercile, and the top tercile. And we do the same kind of heterogeneity analysis for these 4 groups. So this is what we get. I'm only showing you the classical estimate and the parental leave adjusted estimates. So qualitatively, this is very similar to what we were getting with completed education. So the adjustment is smaller for the high school dropouts, and then it increases monotonically with levels of education, in earnings, and in participation. The gradient, of course, it's kind of flatter. So you can take this as a sort of ITT. The grade that you have in high school, it's only kind of imperfectly related to the time at which you finish education. Okay, so let me just summarize and conclude. Basically, we looked at some stylized facts by education. Now, of course, the population could be heterogeneous along many different dimensions. We say education is important because that systematically affects the onset of your fertility cycle. And we say that heterogeneity in fertility by education requires some simple modification to child penalty estimation. And in the results that we get, first of all, we find substantial variation in child penalties by education groups. So with the kind of classical estimates, the child penalties were relatively flat. With the adjusted estimates, the penalties are actually quite a bit larger for the low educated, smaller for the high educated, because we are netting out the incapacitation effect. So for example, for earnings, the classical estimate goes from 23%, which is exactly the estimate found in the original Cleven et al. Paper, to about 13%, participation from 20 to 8%. So we want to argue here that the institutional context is particularly important to take on board when we are estimating the cost of fertility. And one may argue, of course, that this is very sort of Scandinavia specific. So this is specific to countries with very long parental leave entitlement that are also kind of highly correlated to skills. But for example, even countries that do not have this kind of long parental leave entitlements like the US or even the UK, whenever there is employer-provided parental leave benefits, these benefits are even more strongly correlated to people's potential earnings and skills than the sort of universally provided parental leave. So this is going to be even more important in cases in which parental coverage is not universal. Okay, thank you very much.
I would expect that what you call this incapacitation effect would differ significantly by type of occupation. That's something that is it possible to look at the data? Because in some occupations, you take time off and not much happens, whereas in some occupations there's bigger penalties.
So, okay, this is strictly speaking not just the incapacitation effect, because strictly speaking, the capacitation effect, you go back to exactly where you started. But you may think that there is an impact in terms of actual experience. Yes, yes.
There, the occupations could differ significantly.
Yes. So in a sense, we could look at this by preoccupation. So in a sense, we only look at education, which is correlated to that, but it's not just that. So there could be more than that, yeah. So by previous occupation. Thanks. Alessandra.
Thanks, this was super interesting. So there's been a lot of interest in trying to understand the causes of this child penalty by looking at comparison across countries in institutions, norms, and so on. And what you're suggesting here is that there's also a measurement error issue, that it's non-classical, maybe correlated, in fact, with all these norms and so on. So I wonder if if you're planning to, or maybe you've already started to try to explore whether, the relevance of this bias might be correlated. And you've already hinted at that, but at some of these factors.
Thank you. So basically, we started thinking along these lines because with this paper where we find this huge adjustment, one may really think, okay, this is like a super first world problem of like very long and generous parental leave where you have like 1 year of earnings imputation. You have nothing like that in other countries. Then I would say probably we could split the other countries into groups. Countries in which the coverage is employer-based, in which case the coverage is shorter, but the correlation with skill is a lot larger. And countries with very little coverage, for example, developing countries. So there is this recent paper by Kleven, Landé, and co-authors, the Child Penalty Atlas, where they put together amazing data for dozens of countries, probably hundreds of countries. And then those countries are everywhere on the development spectrum. And what they argue is that the child penalty is some kind of reverse U-shape, so it's very small in developing countries, in which, okay, there is very little parental leave, but to some extent, it's in employment, but here is kind of similar what we get in employment and participation. So very little in developing countries where you may think that childcare and unpaid work are fairly compatible, and then it increases a lot, sort of middle, high income level, and then it declines a little bit at the end. They also argue that parental leave spells don't matter a lot, but then if you look at their data on parental leave spells, for example, they're lacking parental leave spells data for countries with very long parental leave spells, most notably the Scandinavians, and of course they have no employer-level parental leave data. So in a way, it's really tricky to be able to capture this effect. Thanks.
Part of it is definitional, what you're talking about. Because I don't think anybody took necessarily that serious what happened between year 0 and year 1, given that if they're on parental leave.
Of course.
Do you want to?
But this is year 5.
Sorry?
But this is year 5.
That's what I'm saying. The only thing you really want to take seriously is that part that happens later. I thought in one of the many appendices of Kleven's original paper with Danish data that he had separated out by education. And I forget what the numbers were, but he did separate out. My recollection of it, at least, was it was there for both, women with more education and women with less education. And just a critical word about Kleven et al., the Landé. I mean, that paper is based on matching. It's not based on longitudinal data. It's not panel data. And when you match people that are having kids when they are 23 years old, what they do is they go back and they match with women that looked exactly like that woman in terms of education, et cetera. I mean, think about what you're doing. I mean, you're matching an 18-year-old hasn't gone to college.
That's precisely the point.
Yeah, and
That's precisely the point here.
Exactly. That,
yeah.
You know, I don't think that you can do that type of exercise with matching. That's all.
No. But that's also why we stop at year 5, because that's long term, medium term enough, but it's not like unbelievable. And on the education, sorry, I wasn't aware of the appendix of Kleven et al. But no. But there is a paper on Germany by Melentieva. There is a recent job market paper that disaggregates things by education, but they don't do the parental leave adjustment, which here is like the bulk of the adjustments. It's all about incapacitation, basically.
There's tons of things going on here, right? Mm-hmm. Some of them are mechanical adjustments.
Yeah.
Some of them are potentially behavioral adjustments.
Yeah.
So, for example, we can think of parental leave policies and pay as having a causal impact on both the willingness to work and how much people will earn and how they perceive the labor market. Would it be nice to write a model on this? And
yeah. I'm sure. Yeah.
One thing, you know, the child penalty literature, you know, I mean, it was a great idea. It's so beautiful, so cute. But on the other hand, I think it misses a lot, right? Because I think, you know, women sort either in equilibrium or by discrimination, whatever, to different types of jobs pre-birth, right? Because they, you know, they can have a, you know, they want, let's say, either they want flexibility or they are not employed in places where they are not viewed as committed, whatever, you know. So there's a lot. I also want to advertise the paper of one of my students, Peng Xiao, who
I know her.
Looking at all the dynamics from pre-birth.
Yeah.
Later. I think a model like that might be very useful.
So I know quite well, not that paper, but another related paper by Ada Dusman and Stevens that has a whole life cycle structural model of education choice, occupational choice, fertility, labor market outcomes. So in a sense, this paper is in direction of what you're saying. They find very little anticipation effects of birth. So even in that kind of model, they don't have much of an anticipation effect. But my point is not really about arguing the anticipation effect. It's saying even in that model, if you want to measure labor market outcomes, you need to distinguish between incapacitation and labor supply choices. And unless you're sort of consistent about measurement on parental leave, you're not going to do that with whatever kind of... So I completely agree on your qualms with the event study evidence. That's fine. This is really about the sort of identifying variation, the age of first birth, etc. The measurement error is there, whatever kind of methodology you use.
Can I just follow up on this model? Because it made me think a lot as to what is actually a child penalty. And in a way, we want to measure marginal product, at least to some extent, right? But then you would want to bring in probably also the firm perspective. If a firm knows that it has to pay if, with some probability, either men or women leave after birth of a child, by legislation, some leave, then before birth, the expected wage will be lower than the marginal product. So I will pay below marginal product, and because later I have to pay above marginal product. And then the measured child penalty by a data exercise will be very low. Because before I have lower wages, afterwards I have higher wages than marginal product. And so that what I measure very much depends also on like the considerations of the firm. So I very much...
So couple of things. In this context, the firm pays very little during parental leave. They pay 10% of the salary for 4 months. So in a sense, it's quite little. The other thing about anticipation effect, there might well be anticipation effect, but in a sense, if you look at the earnings trends before and after birth, you see that huge change after birth, completely discontinuous change. That, I mean, it would be hard to say that this is just like, I mean, there is a sharp change in trend. So even if there is anticipation, we have to give it to this literature on the event studies that there is something sharp about childbirth. Manolo had a question.
Interesting, fascinating. The comment that I have is, I mean, you started with convergence in total fertility for different skill groups, right? And that's, I guess that means that in the kind of economies this applies, quantity-quality trade-offs are not much a thing there, right? And then, but the labor lives across skill groups are very different. The patterns of investments and getting returns from those investments. Now, I would not, maybe you don't want to do a fully structural model like Costas is suggesting, things like this, but maybe some sort of back of the envelope calculation to figure out to what extent your estimates are more consistent with life cycle equalizing differentials as for the total cost of those children, that they are all having the same, more or less.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
I might might give some sort of life cycle accounting justification to your estimates relative to the others, if they could be mapped in that way.
Yeah. So if I understand correctly your comment, thanks a lot, is basically one could compound those estimates of the child penalty into, say, lifetime earnings, considering the fact that the careers have different lengths. And if anything, there is something that goes into the direction you're saying even more, because it's not simply that fertility has converged. Fertility for the high school dropouts, the completed fertility, is actually systematically lower than for everyone else, the completed fertility. So it goes even more to the direction of equal.
Syrian theory of children over the life cycle.
Yeah. Yeah.
We are all doing the best, given our labor trajectories that may be very different.
Yeah. Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, guess it's time to start. Well, since I am the only non-organizer chairing, let me take the opportunity to thank Frank, Nessie, and Olympia for a wonderful conference, very research-friendly, very enjoying. So this is the last session before the panel, right? And Nessie, please go ahead.
Thank you. Well, it's hard to take the spot after so many great papers and presentations. So this is joint work with Olympia and Julia, Alessandro, and Carlos. And we are going to talk about family-friendly policies and fertility, very much fitting into the topic of today's discussions. Okay, so what's the motivation? I mean, you have already seen several papers already. There's a concern about, declining fertility rates in high-income countries, but nowadays also in low-income countries, if you see how fast fertility is declining these days, it's really shocking. And then there has been already a reference to the handbook chapter edited by Alessandra and Shelley. The chapter by Matthias and others talk about how the barriers to combine labor market participation and family life is important for understanding fertility. We have seen several papers on child penalty, and then as a result to fight both, combining labor market and the family life, and maybe encourage fertility, countries implement a wide range of what's called family-friendly policies. They range from childcare subsidies, parental leave, work hours flexibility. There are many, many programs that are popping up. And then there's a growing literature that studies the effect of such policies on female labor supply and fertility. Here there are two surveys, again the second one from the handbook chapter. And what is interesting is that at least what motivated us for this paper is that mostly missing in this literature is the firms, in particular how the firms react to these policies, okay? So 2 quotes here. One is from Claudia Goldin, from her presidential address, where she says, you know, as women and men converge in terms of observables, human capital, etc., what is the remaining differences in gender gaps come from the way, you know, firms reward individuals who differ in their desire for various amenities. And here, what she has in mind is differences in between men and women. Again, this is from, I think, Journal of Economic Perspectives article by Claudia and Barbara. Well, I mean, it's kind of, it's a very nice quote. The family policies may fit into the labor demand decisions, and that's exactly what we are going to focus on here. So you impose a policy, you think that this is going to help women, but then if that policy imposes too much cost on the firms, you will have a backlash, and that will have a general equilibrium effect. So we are going to focus on Spain. Why Spain? It's a country with low fertility. It's a country with strong labor market duality, which has been analyzed extensively in the literature. More than 1/3 of employed women has a temporary contract, and they are waiting to be promoted. And then women account for the majority of the temporary contracts that we observe in the data. Another fact that makes for us Spain interesting is that in 1999 there was a policy change which was fairly radical, and that was allow us to do a kind of a defend if within the model to discipline parameters. What was this policy? Basically, the government came and said, look, every parent with a child up to 6 years old has the right to work part-time. So far, so good. That's okay. However, during this period, until the kid is 6 years old, you cannot fire the parent, it doesn't have to be a woman, who is in the part-time work. Okay, this is flexibility associated with a strong job market protection. Take-up has been high. You know, it increased from 0 to almost to 25%, especially for women in permanent contract. Why? If you're in a temporary contract, of course, you know, this commitment only until when your contract ends. So you cannot fire because you're not firing, the contract just naturally ends. If you're in a permanent contract, then, you know, you have this job protection until your kid is 6 years old, and then later the age of the kid was increased to 8, and then now it is 12. Okay? This has been already analyzed by Fernandez, Kranz, and Rodriguez Planas in a Journal of Public Economics article, and they find that there's strong negative effects of this policy on promotion of women from temporary to permanent contracts. The firms do not want to promote women, and we are going to do a similar diff and diff, but then we will use that to discipline some model parameters. So what do? We are going to build a search and matching model. This is in the spirit of the type of model maybe Kostas was alluring to before. It will be a search and matching model to study the effect of family-friendly policies on fertility. We're going to find that this, what we call Work and Family Reconciliation Act, this job protection that comes with flexibility. There will be a strong firm reaction in the model. There will be lower hiring and lower promotion. And then there will be reaction from women. Women are going to react to this policy by higher fertility. However, that will come at a cost of decline in unemployment and lifetime earnings. Okay? Now, once we have this machinery, now we are going to say, okay, let's study different policies. Different levels of employment protection. We can have hiring subsidies, promotion subsidies, childcare subsidies, child subsidies. And across the policies, we find that there's a trade-off. Basically, policies that encourage fertility or increase fertility will tend to lower female earnings for women. And that will mainly come from lower employment. Okay? In terms of different policy, what we find is that a single contract with low firing cost, that's one policy that works very well both in terms of fertility and in terms of welfare, a single contract with lower firing cost, and then promotion subsidies where the government subsidize firms that promote women from temporary to permanent contracts, they will come as winners in terms of welfare gains. In this crowd, it is dangerous to put related literature, but here it is. We are going to have 4 blocks. There will be search and matching frictions, standard dual labor markets. There will be fertility decisions. Erosa, Fuster, and Restuccia is an early paper that has a fertility decision within a search and matching framework. We follow their lead. And then here you have 2 other papers that has a search and matching framework where the emphasis is on job flexibility and gender gaps. Xiao paper was already mentioned by Costas. Okay. So this is gonna be one of these, a big model simulation and everything. I'm not gonna show you any value functions or anything like that. Just give you a flavor of what kind of elements are there and go to estimation, etc. So this is going to be a model of infinitely lived agents. They face each period a probability of death, so that in the model they live around like 40 years. There will be men and women. Men are very boring. They are all identical and receive utility from consumption. We are not going to have couples. So that's, I will comment on that. This is just, there are men workers and there are women workers. They all go to the same matching function, etc. But, men do boring things. Women are going to have the fertility decisions, human capital accumulation, lots of interesting things going to happen there. Women are going to be heterogeneous, number of children and human capital, and they are going to care about consumption, having children and leisure. How does the labor market work? You can be in 3 labor market states in the model. You can have a temporary or fixed-term contract. You can be in a permanent contract, or you can be unemployed or non-employed. There is no on-the-job search. Only unemployed people get kind of offers. When a worker and a firm match, a fraction of jobs starts as temporary, a large fraction, but there will be some, just to match the data, there will be some that might start as permanent. And then each period, firm is going to decide whether to promote a temporary worker to a permanent job. Okay? But of course, they cannot wait forever because there's a limit on how long you can keep people on the temporary contract. So at some point, there will be an exogenous probability of forced conversion. What does that mean? After a certain period, the law will say either you convert or you fire, you end this temporary contract. Okay? There will be job separations. For women, there will be partly exogenous, depending on your type of contract, and partly endogenous, because, again, women will have human capital accumulation. They will have fertility, so they might themselves quit. Okay? For men, all job separations will be exogenous. Then there will be, importantly, when a firm terminates a temporary contract, then it will come at no cost. However, destruction of permanent contracts, there's a typo there, destruction of permanent contracts will imply a firing cost. That's the duality. So you can end the temporary contract at no cost, and but you can only end a temporary permanent one with a cost. Why do firms would like to promote? Because there's heterogeneity among women. So if you are matched with a high human capital woman, and going back to the market is costly, you would like to, not to pay the search cost again and promote them. Okay? Workers can quit at no cost, and unemployed individuals will get some benefit. So how does the fertility work? Each period, a woman will have an opportunity to have a birth, depending on her existing number of births. That's a sigma n. And then, well, given that opportunity, they will decide whether to have a birth or not. Okay? A new birth will have a one-time monetary cost of kappa. That doesn't matter because it's a linear utility model, so it's just a one-time cost. And each period, so remember this is an infinite horizon model with probabilistic life cycle. So each period the children can leave the home and become teenagers, and then you are childless. Okay? And then the life starts again. Okay? So, and then women will have utility from children depending if they are employed or not working, or this will also depend if they have in this work week reduction, because in work week reduction will be, something in between in terms of utility from children. We have a, standard matching function with 0.5 weights, Cobb-Douglas utility function. So all the men and women, they go to this matching pool, and then a match is formed. If a match is formed, then the firm and the worker takes two draws. One is a productivity draw, that's Z. And then they draw what we call flexibility, and I will comment on that, what is that. So some jobs will be more productive than the others, and some jobs will be more flexible than the others, and I will tell you what we mean by flexibility. There are just two types of flexibility. And then they look at each other, they look at the Z, they look at if it's a female worker, they look at her human capital, existing number of children, and they decide whether to form a match or not. Okay? Once the match is formed, each period there's a probability that this productivity changes, so that gives us some action there. Production is straightforward for men. It's just they're all homogeneous, there's no human capital, it's just a constant. For women, well, it will depend on this constant, it will depend on the productivity of the firm, it will depend on the human capital of the female, but there will be some exogenous gender gap penalty that will allow us to match the data, but of course lots of it will be also endogenous because of the human capital accumulation that I will tell you in a second. And doesn't, okay, this is from an old version, sorry. And doesn't, and will appear, and doesn't appear here, sorry. So, okay, here, and will appear here. So how does the human capital work? Well, when a woman is entered the model, they will draw a human capital level from some log normal distribution. And then, as long as they are employed, their human capital will evolve, okay? And that will depend on this flexibility measure and their number of children. In particular, the human capital is going to work like this, with some probability, that's pi, that's for a woman, okay, and that will depend on employed woman, okay, that depends on her flexibility type of jobs she has and the number of children. You get a kind of discrete jump in human capital, otherwise you remain the same. What is important here is that this probability will depend on flexibility and the number of children. In particular, what we show in the data, that the jobs that we characterize as inflexible, these will be the jobs basically where you need to work long hours, just to go ahead with what's coming. In those jobs, a woman will be penalized in terms of human capital accumulation. They are going to have less chances of accumulating human capital. Okay, and this penalty will be higher if they have children. Okay, so if you work in a law firm but everybody is putting like very, very long hours, for a woman, human capital will grow slower, okay, and more so if there's that. Of course, I mean, there will be selection, no? Women who will select to those jobs might be very high human capital to start with, so it's not, but there will be an endogenous selection there. Okay. Now, we will have these two policies, parental leave and work week reduction. Parental leave we model in a very simple way. All employed women with newborn take a mandatory parental leave of 4 months with some fraction of pre-maternity wages, and this is financed by taxing everybody, financed by lump sum taxes on all workers. And then what I just described, women with permanent contracts and children can take this, what we call work week reduction if they want. And then they get this extra utility. So remember, this was the utility they get if they were employed. Now, if they are in this reduced form hours, they can spend more time at home and they enjoy more utility. Okay? And importantly, workers under work week reduction cannot be fired. How does the production work? Well, this is the standard production. Like you're a woman of human capital age, you have Z, you have A, and this was the gender penalty. Well, there will be another penalty here for this work week reduction because the worker is not working full time. Okay, so that's the penalty. How big this will be? Well, we are going to estimate it because you cannot just, because we know in the data, we know, for example, a woman who is in the work week reduction, let's say, gets 70% of her wage. But the cost to firm might be more than 70% because of the disruptions, etc. So that's something we are going to estimate. And the wages, I'm not going to click there. There will be bargaining and standard in a search and matching framework. Okay, so let me go through these figures instead of going through the value functions. So this is a woman who are employed in a fixed-term contract or a temporary contract. So she starts the period with a human capital. She starts the period with a fertility. That's, she decided last period, imagine she had one more baby, and then that's what her decision is. And then firm productivity is updated. At this moment, there could be exogenous destruction and end of story. The firm goes back looking for a worker, and the worker is unemployed. If there is no exogenous destruction, female can quit. Maybe, you know, given all these shocks, it could be that maybe the firm now sucks. That's also possible, okay? So she can quit. If she says, you know, she doesn't want to quit, the, you know, firm can decide to fire at no cost because it's a temporary contract. If the firm doesn't fire, well, then firm can promote and make the worker permanent, and then production take place. If the firm says, okay, no promotion, the production can take place, or there can be this mandated termination shock. So with some probability, firm has to say, okay, either you promote or you fire. So these are all the possibilities. Of course, if you are here depending on the choice of fertility, if there's a new baby, none of this is relevant. You will be in maternity leave for a bunch of periods. Okay. Now, if you're in a permanent contract, yes. It's an equilibrium model. Exactly. Okay. And importantly, when females make their fertility decision, they understand that that might affect all these promotion decisions and everything. Okay. So in terms of timing for women who are employed in permanent contracts, again, the period starts. If there's a new baby, then you are on maternity leave. Otherwise, again, exogenous destruction, quits. But if you don't quit, then woman has a chance, probability of, can take work week reduction. If allowed means if she has a child that is in the right age group, and then production take place in this penalized way. If a female doesn't quit or doesn't take the work week reduction, then the firm can either fire, pay a firing cost, or no fire and the production take place. Finally, for an unemployed woman, they make their fertility choice. They have their human capital. For unemployed women, human capital don't change. Neither goes up nor goes down. And then they go to the matching pool. They might not find a firm. They're still unemployed next period. Or they find a firm. They draw match quality and flexibility. And then match formation take place if there's enough surplus. And then production, if given all the variables, if there is no enough surplus, nothing will happen. This is an equilibrium model in the sense that, you know, the firms will take women's decisions as given and optimize, and vice versa. So everybody, all decisions will be consistent. We don't allow for, you know, long-run contracts. So this is all, you know, I take I'm a firm, I take workers' decisions as given, and I optimize, and vice versa. Okay, there are inefficiencies, obviously. We could, if you sit down and write a contingent long-term contract, things would be better, but I don't think that's how the labor market works for many people. Okay, so we are going to take this machinery and put to the computer and simulate. To do that, we are going to go to the data, and our main data source is the Spanish Social Security records. These are 4% samples for any year. So, for example, you go to Social Security, and you know they give you 4% sample for 2010, 4% sample 2011, etc., etc. What does this 4% do? You can trace all these people back. Okay, so you know their work histories. So that allows us to, you know, follow people. We have complete work histories. We have basic information on age, gender, province, employment information, contract types, work week reduction, industry, wages, sectors, many, many things. Importantly, these Social Security records are matched to the municipal registry, where we can then figure out whether there's a newborn in the household. Okay, so that's the important part, because not all Social Security records around the world are always linked with this kind of demographic information. So we know their children, at least we know that in the household that the woman lives, there's a new birth. And we say that's her child. So we are going to focus on this time period mainly, because before 1996 contract type is not reliable. So, of course, this is a Social Security record, so these are just job spells. So out of these job spells, we are going to construct a quarterly panel. Okay, so in each quarter, we are going to look at you. If you have one job in this quarter, that's easy. That's your job, that's your industry, etc. If you have multiple spells, we are going to make some judgment calls. We are going to take the longer spell or the spell with the higher wages. But each quarter, we are going to assign you a job, or you are unemployed. Okay? So, okay. Now, I mentioned this already. Let me not repeat it. Here is the evidence on the work week reduction. This is by gender. This is by contract. So basically, females don't take it much. Females, this is the reform. Before reform, people were already taking some, but at that point, it didn't provide any job protection. So what the reform did was, if you go to the work week reduction, there's job protection. Before, you could also ask for part-time work, and if the firm guarantees you that you could have it, but no job protection. And then there has been going up significantly, and also here, this is mainly taken by permanent jobs. Okay. Now what we do is we do a very simple diff and diff. Basically, we look at females after the reform, and this is the basically linear probability of being promoted from temporary to permanent contracts. And what we see across different specification overall or within firms, what we see a negative significant effect on promotions. Okay. Now, how do we construct job flexibility? So why I show you this? Because these will be one of these coefficients, I think like somewhere here, we are going to take this as a target for our estimation. So we want the model also produce this kind of diff and diff when we eliminate the policy. Okay. So what is job flexibility? We are going to follow Cortez and Pan, and we will say, look, we will say a job is not flexible if there are, too many men working more than 50 hours. Okay? So that's our classification. Okay? We could do different things. Okay? Within occupation. From occupation, we will then aggregate to industries within occupation. Okay?
You don't measure hours in numbers?
No, this is we are going to classify this using the US data, and then that classification we will impose on Spain. Okay? So, here is what you see is this is the degree of inflexibility. This is the fraction of women who work fraction of men who work more than 50 hours. These are the share of women employed, and not surprisingly, you get this strong negative relationship. But more importantly for our purposes, what we see is two things. One is women are more likely to take work week reduction in inflexible jobs. So that tells you that this work week reduction is serving a purpose. No, it's basically allowing women to overcome this inflexibility. They are more likely to take jobs in work week reduction, non-flexible jobs. Second thing is, what we see is that we see a big wage growth penalty of these inflexible jobs. Okay, so what does these inflexible jobs do? Basically, they penalize women in terms of wage growth. Okay, so this is basically, we calculate year-to-year wage growth for women in non-flexible jobs, for childless, with children, or depending on the number of children. There is already a penalty for, even you don't have a child for women. This is a yearly growth rate penalty in non-flexible jobs. If you have a child, this penalty kind of grows. Okay? So, go back. well, I mean, this is data. I mean, basically what we do is we compare wage growth in flexible and non-flexible jobs, controlling for lots of things. And we find that in non-flexible jobs, women experience lower wage growth. That's it. Could be. We could restrict this to full time. I mean, that I don't think would make a big difference. And then we show that this penalty is bigger if you have children. So that's kind of, that's the, I mean, in the data, these inflexible jobs, what they do is they punish wage growth. That's what we find, at least. Could be. I mean, so far this is just data. But of course, you know, from here we will go to the model in a particular way. I agree with you. Okay, let me speed up a little bit. We are going to calibrate. We have lots of parameters, many more moments, 28 parameters, 44 moments. I'm not going to get into the much details. What kind of things we match? The share of temporary workers by age, gender wage gap, how does it evolve by age? It's kind of shrinking. There's selection there, both in the model and the data, completed fertility, share of childless, and then many more things. How many people are taking work week reduction? How many people are taking work week reduction in flexible jobs, inflexible jobs? And then at the bottom, you see this annual reduction rate in the from promotion rate from temporary to permanent contracts without work week reduction. That's that defensive coefficient that we are matching. We are matching many more things. We are matching fertility patterns. And then these are those wage growth penalties that I show you. We also match that through the model. Okay. So then we take this, and first thing I'm going to show you is what happens when we, basically this is the baseline, and when we go back where women can be fired or there is no protection of this work week reduction. So what we see is basically this is the decline in promotions and this is decline in unemployment. So basically when Spain introduced this policy, there was less promotions and less hiring of women. However, it basically increased fertility. That's what we find through the lens of the model. However, it reduced significantly lifetime earnings because there's lower promotion and lower hiring. Now we're going to take this insight and apply to a battery of policies. What are the policies? We are going to first eliminate fixed-term contracts. All the contracts starts permanent with a high firing cost. Second contract, what we call a unique contract. This is also a single contract, but a lower firing cost. And you will see that it makes a huge difference in terms of results. Then we are going to have lower conversion rate. What does that mean? After 1 year, you have to convert a temporary worker to a permanent, or higher, you have to convert after 8 years. We're going to play with the firing cost of permanent contracts. We are going to have lower parental leave, maternity leave. This I already showed you, this policy. We have subsidies, childcare subsidies, hiring subsidies, or promotion subsidies. So many, many policies. So the main gist of the main message is here. So here I have, these lines are the benchmark, and here I have completed fertility, and here lifetime earnings of women compared to the baseline. So what do I get? A policy like, no fixed-term contract. So all the contracts are permanent, okay? That's, that will increase fertility, okay? Because those who work will have lots of job security, they will have children, and there will be lots less women working, and they will also have children because they are staying home and it's easier, okay? But it's going to be very costly in terms of lifetime earnings of women, okay? In contrast, like no duality will do as well in terms of, this is now one contract, but with a low firing cost, it will do as good as in terms of completed fertility, but much better in terms of earnings penalty. There will be some, like this elimination of work week reduction will reduce fertility and improve lifetime earnings. So we have this nice trade-off. Promotion subsidies. No duality means basically one contract, but at a low firing cost. Language can be improved. No fixed-term contracts means you eliminate the fixed-term contracts, you keep the current permanent contracts in Spain with a high firing cost. No duality means, again, one contract, but you lower the firing cost to average of 0 and the high one. So, exactly. Okay? And where does this come from? Basically, it comes from employment rate. I must be, how am I doing, Manolo, in terms of time? 2 minutes. Okay, no, that's good. 2 minutes and a half. Very good. So this is, that's what we are doing. Now, so where does this come from? It doesn't come from wages because, of course, when in these situations where the completed fertility is higher and the lifetime earnings are lower, that's mainly come from employment. Indeed, there is positive selection. Firms only hire women who have high human capital, so you get a positive relationship between wages. Okay, so that's not basically what you observe is that fewer women are hired, they are selected, so you look at, as if you look at the observed wage gap, indeed it will look better potentially. Okay, so that's, but of course you are sending lots of women at home. Okay. In terms of welfare, again, I mentioned this. This is man, woman, and overall. Let's focus on overall. This is the no duality. This is like what Costas says, like going like the US. Single contract, low firing cost. It does very well. And on the other extreme, in terms of welfare, you get the single contract with a high firing cost. So these two policies look very similar in terms of single contract, but depending on the firing cost, it can be very costly or very beneficial to women. Okay, in terms of men and women, well, there's they go somehow hand to hand. There are policies that benefit both men and women. Why would you say what happens to men? Well, because they are going to the same matching pool. As a result, what happens is that it all depends on the job contract rate. The policies that increase the job contract rate basically helps welfare of men as well, because firms are creating more jobs, and then sometimes they bump into men and they end up hiring them, so the men are happy if there are more jobs. And all of these policies make firms to post more vacancies. And then since matching is random, sometimes men matches as well. So let me, and then last, I think this is almost the last slide. We were worried that this all result was going to be driven by we are sending too many women home and they are having children. No, we have higher fertility both from non-employed women and employed women. So there is reaction. We have to dig into this both. Where is it coming from? And our preliminary results that Alessandro sent me 2 nights ago, and we didn't have yet time to integrate, is that it looks like lots of action is coming from women in the middle of the skill distribution, which is interesting. Okay. Let me conclude. Basically, our results indicate strong firm reaction from lower promotions and lower hiring rates. And just looking at this job protection under work week reduction, we find that the welfare for women decreased after the reform. But more importantly, besides this specific policy, across the battery of policies, we find these trade-offs. Going back to Costas' earlier comment, we can in this model, and this is in our to-do list, look at the child penalty type of results and understand really where does it coming from, because there's lots of, women anticipate, there's human capital accumulation effect, there is type of jobs effects. So there's lots of more outcomes we can look at because the framework is interesting. And another thing we would like to do eventually is to have a model, similar model with husbands and wives. Unfortunately, in Mostra Continua, you cannot match husbands and wives. So this is something in administrative data where you can match them and have fertility. Then you can think about effect of policies like the effect of policies that man or woman can take in a general equilibrium framework like the first 2 papers that were presented today. That's all.
Yeah, I have a question about, you have these interesting graphs on age. I didn't fully understand them, and also I wanted to ask how you proxy, I think you have to proxy age in the model, because it's Infinite Horizon, what you're doing there.
So basically,
if you can explain
we
again.
think that you enter the model at age 25, and you last on average like 40 periods, 20 periods until 44, and then we are just looking at an average simulation where we are averaging for all the women who stay in the model for 20 periods. So this is the model doesn't have an age, but we need to kind of... There is exit, yeah, there is exit.
Thank you, Nancy. A clarification. So you show some, sorry, I'll let you take your notes.
Yeah, no.
You show some results on wages. Like,
yes.
Yeah. And you said most of the wage effect that we observe comes from selection because the bar is higher for hiring women.
Yes, because firms kind of, and there's human capital, that's
super clear. I was just wondering, because in the background you have Nash bargaining.
Yes.
So I was just wondering whether you could say something about how the outside option of women is going to be affected, because those policies also affect the outside option.
Great point. No, I'm sure we can, but we haven't done it yet. And in the sense that what we can do is potentially fix the outside options at the benchmark level for each particular combination of state space. And that will, sure. No, absolutely, I agree. It can be done, we haven't done it, so, yeah.
Thank you, Nancy. My question is related to one of Costas, I think. He said he was surprised by the lower wage growth for non-flexible occupations. So I was thinking of the greedy jobs, Golden's greedy jobs, that are supposed to be rewarded more highly. These estimates you show, are they only for women, or are they for men and women?
No, okay, so that's a good point. So, and I don't want to give a wrong answer. So what we find so far is that basically, I don't think we found any difference for men. So, but I will get back to you with a confirmation of this after I check this more carefully. Main difference we found is for women. So basically, in these non-flexible jobs, women get penalized in terms of human capital accumulation, even if they don't have kids. That could be, priors of the employees or other things like statistical discrimination,
It's a question. I'm trying to better understand the intuition for the result that the policy has an effect of increasing fertility.
Mm-hmm. Which policy? In general?
The job production in the work week with a work week reduction, right? That's what you find.
Yeah, sure. Basically...
it's not obvious ex ante, right?
Sorry?
Is it obvious ex ante or?
No. Basically, what is happening here is that, women are kind of have children when they see more of a, stable jobs. Okay, that's basically what's happening. So, and also, they remember in this model, in the benchmark, when you are in the permanent contract, then you can go for the work week reduction, and women value that because they spend more time with their children. Okay, so the policies that make permanent jobs more stable, or all jobs permanent, women have children, they go to permanent jobs, and they enjoy work week reduction. Of course, firms know that, and as a result, they kind of hire less in the first place, and they promote less, and they promote only women who have high human capital to compensate for that loss. But that higher fertility comes from interaction of these policies with the work week reduction. It could go other way. No, it's a quantitative question. Yes.
It's a quantitative
result. It's a quantitative question. I don't have a theory of this. No, for sure. Yes. 1 second to get down.
So, the only way that occupations differ, to understand well, is through the inflexibility?
Yes, and And I mean, but there's also productivity, but that's general. There's not like that's all, both types have productivity fluctuations.
Because, I mean, the old narrative was that, you know, women are less attached to the labor market, so consequently they should not be in jobs that require a lot of investment, because that investment will, quote, go to waste and things like that.
But you,
so do we need another dimension?
No, but you could think about that dimension implicitly is already here, because there is the duality, no? I mean, in some sense, by promoting a woman, your firm is implicitly making an investment, because they are going to incur more firing cost if they fire them.
Doing it by putting them in a permanent contract.
Exactly. So that dimension is there. Okay. That's what does this additional inflexibility buy us? That quantitatively we haven't checked. In the sense that if we shut down the flexibility dimension, just have a model with everybody is the same, I think we will have the similar results, because there is this commitment is already there. Okay. Yeah. Okay. That's all. Yeah. I mean, in the schedule, I think there is a break, but one possibility is we continue directly with the panel, unless panelists really need a break.
No, I think it makes more sense to start straight away.
Yeah, let's go ahead.
Is everybody here?
Yeah, I'm just going to run to the bathroom.
Okay. As soon as Raquel is back, we are going to start. Okay. Huh? Yes, yes. That's I saw him. Otherwise.
Oh, yeah, maybe. Okay. All right. Well, thanks everyone. So let's start again. So, and let me just make a couple of clarifying points. You know, these things are going to be posted to be recorded, but someone may not watch all the recordings, right? So for that sake, I'm going to introduce the speakers again. They've already appeared, even though you already know who they are, hopefully. If people are saying things that they've already said, don't think that they're not aware that they said them earlier, right? It's just for the sake of the whole thing just being complete, without having to look back to the other recordings. All right. So let me start off again by thanking everybody, it's really been a successful day. I mean, I've been incredibly informative and also enjoyable. So thanks to all the speakers and all the participants. You know, what I'm going to do now is we're going to have this panel. Hopefully we're going to have a very lively discussion. I'm not anticipating there'll be any shortages of questions from the floor. So hopefully into the microphones. I'm not going to ask a lot of questions. What I'm going to do is I'm going to introduce each of the speakers. And then I'm going to ask them to talk for 5 or 6 minutes, depending on what they want to say. And then either I'll ask a question, or they can ask each other questions, or alternatively, we'll take questions from the floor. So let me introduce the speakers. So on my immediate left is Ernesto Villanueva. He's the head of the Microeconomic Studies Division at the Central Bank of Spain. He works on implementations of surveys related to issues including household finances, saving and borrowing, and wage differentials. On my right is Claudia Hupkau, who is an Associate Professor of Economics at Cardiff University, an Associate of the Centre of Economic Performance at the London School of Economics, and her research focuses on labour economics with a particular interest in economics of education and gender inequality. On the extreme left there, Alessandra Voina is a Professor of Economics at Stanford University. She had previously received a PhD from the same institution. Her primary research interest is in the economics of the family, and in 2023 she co-edited with Shelley Lundberg the Handbook of Economics of the Family. And on the right my extreme right there is Raquel Fernandez, who's the Silver Professor of Economics at NYU. In addition to being a renowned scholar in the area of international economics, she's an expert on various aspects of family economics and the role of culture in economics. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to start by asking each of the panelists to make some opening comments directed by some questions I'm going to ask, and then I'm going to open the questions up to the floor. So Alessandra, can you start off the discussion by describing some of the findings of the handbook chapter and how it relates to fertility trends and participation rates?
Thanks. Some of the themes have emerged today, so I think the discussion today has been extremely illuminating and exciting. Pardon me if I repeat a few themes, but from the experience of the handbook particularly, we had several chapters touching upon the topics of families and fertility. And in fact, two of the authors are in here. A pattern that clearly emerged that is of obvious relevance for policymakers and for all of us voters and professors, because it affects also our students, and are the trends in fertility rates that we see throughout the developed world. And I think of particular interests are the ones from Southern Europe. We've observed pretty dramatic shifts over the past few decades. And again, I presume these numbers are familiar to many of you, but every time I look at them, I really find them striking. So if we think about Spain, for example, that's graciously hosting us today, the total fertility rate went from 2.2 children per woman in 1980 to 1.2 in 2020. If we look at Italy, my home country, we were starting from a lower point in the 80s, so 1.6. So again, well below the replacement rate, but are now again at 1.2 children per woman of fertile age over the same time frame. And what is particularly interesting about these economies is that we observe simultaneously what could be said so relatively low rates of female labor force participation, although Spain is doing much better in that respect than Italy. We're about 10 percentage points lower than Spain, but so relatively low rates of female labor force participation that is concurrent with low total fertility rates. And so what could have been a puzzle in the 1980s economies is no longer so much of a puzzle, in the sense that a pattern that clearly emerged from the various chapters in the handbook, including the Dobke et al. That was cited a few times today by our presenters, is that the previous negative correlation between female employment and fertility, so the pattern that we used to observe, say, in the 1980s, where countries where women were less likely to work had higher total fertility rate, has appeared to flatten or even revert. And this can be seen across countries. Recently, I even looked within countries. For example, in my country, in Italy, we see it quite clearly even between regions. So in regions that today have higher rates of female employment, there's also somewhat higher total fertility rate as well. And that pattern, as seen in the handbook, has been documented really worldwide. And by the way, if these numbers of total fertility rate appear low, it's remarkable to see, if we look at East Asia, they're actually quite large. There we have numbers well below 1. And so the literature has highlighted, I would say, sort of 3 actors that are important in understanding these relations and also relevant for policymakers. One is obviously the government. We've discussed a lot of policies today that often have sort of a central planning component, such as parental leave policies, subsidies, to some extent also publicly provided childcare. Another actor is firms. I think we saw today discussions about how firms react to these policies in terms of their hiring strategies. But ultimately, possibly another extremely important actor, now it's hard to say whether it is the most important actor, I do believe it's the most important actor, is obviously the family, the way in which families make decisions. And the increasing role that gender norms might play in that. But I won't talk too much about it because I expect Raquel, being an expert on culture, she'll touch a lot upon that. But I would say when we think about these three actors and government policy, my impression, and I think it's reinforced by some of the talks that we've seen today, so this is a question also for everyone, is many policies that appear on paper as being potentially very promising, when you actually look at what happens empirically when they get implemented, do not appear to shift fertility in meaningful ways. And so examples, I'm thinking about the parental leave example, parental leave or paternity leave example that Lidia was presenting today, and previous work also with your co-author, Libertad, González on this topic, suggesting that ultimately it doesn't appear, paternity leave or more generous parental leave, for example, do not really appear to shift fertility rate in meaningful ways. Public provision of childcare, my understanding is that it also hasn't been seen robustly to make a big difference. Short-term subsidies, the same. So I would say, I believe that more work is really needed, and more research will be needed in the years to come in many economies around the world, not just in Southern Europe, but to understand what could be done, particularly given that the operating assumption, which has been for a long time, that there is some form of substitutability between female employment and fertility, is now no longer at play. So it really does appear that we're more likely to see that the possibility of reconciling work and fertility, as emphasized in the handbook, is a potential more promising avenue for sustaining fertility rates, although we probably won't be back to replacement rates. But at least in the cross-section, we do see that countries where that reconciliation is more effective tend to have higher fertility rates. So that's all I wanted to start with.
Okay, thank you. Ernesto, can you tell us something about what the Bank of Spain has learned about the implications of these trends that Alessandra described upon the career paths of mothers and non-mothers, and the contrast between fathers and mothers?
Sure. Well, first of all, when Nessie suggested that I come here to do a panel, I don't know what that is. So he told me, everything is going to be fine. So, okay, everything is going to be fine. So without guidance, I'm going to tell you what people at the bank are doing on this. As a public institution, why do we think this is important stuff? So, many of our researchers, some of them are here, like Laura, have been thinking one of the topics most related to this conference, which was the motherhood gap. And the question they posed is that we've been talking, there was the papers I saw, is that there's this gap in employment and earnings around the birth of the first child. What Laura with Luis, and she can qualify anything I say, Andrea, they have found, well, they asked themselves is, okay, how persistent are these gaps over the life cycle? Okay, so we see at 30 years, a gap opens, it lasts 10 years. So what they ask themselves in the context of the Deaton review is, okay, children are born at 30 when females are 30. What happens 20 years afterwards? 20 years afterwards, they are no longer there, the kids. So how persistent are all these gaps between mothers and non-mothers, and between mothers and fathers? Okay, and the richness of the setting is that they can compare the 17 countries, and know a little bit about how persistent is this across countries. So this is an incredibly interesting paper. They find that employment gaps, and Laura correct me, kind of between mothers and non-mothers pretty much disappear over these 20 years, but say wage gaps don't. No, and this is, sorry, wage gaps do not disappear between mothers and fathers, which to me is amazing, because basically 20 years accumulation of losses, that's a lot of human capital wasted in an economy. So as a public institution, we think, this is something relevant. We consider it in a consistent of countries. It's a first order thing. And also, if we keep on thinking about these inequalities within households, another point that leads us to is that, okay, and this is related to work that beautiful work that Alejandra had done, is okay, we have all these inequalities within the household. How do they matter for household decisions? So another of my colleagues, Isabel Micó, with Lidia, who's not here, but her work has been presented here, Lidia Cruces, they asked themselves, okay, so we know that there's this inequality across households, default points matter. So assume that we have a country where in some regions we have separate assets upon divorce, and another you have pooling of assets. Okay, we have all these differences. How does that matter for things like asset accumulation? Basically, if I can preserve my own assets, presumably on the event of a divorce, presumably that would be very different from a situation in which assets are split equally upon divorce. And what Isabel and Lidia find with Susana Párraga is that, well, hang on, in those regions that we have in Spain, where we have separate assets upon divorce, and females are the most knowledgeable person in the household, households invest more in risky assets than in regions where there's basically asset pooling. So, all these inequalities have consequences for things that the central bank may care about, so asset investment decisions and saving. And finally, final point that I would like to make regarding this conference was that the title of the conference is Households in the 21st Century. Okay, but I'm going to draw on Manolo's suggestions. What about the households that do not happen? The households that are not formed yet. So if you take the case of Spain or Italy, for example, between the ages of 25 and 40, 25% of youths live with their parents. And this has been the case like 30 years ago. It was a similar number. So these are households that we don't see occurring. And these are people who stay with their parents, look for jobs. At the moment of your lifetime, when you should be looking for the most efficient match, you are living with a parent, possibly with a very limited labor market and very limited consequences. We are worried in Southern Europe, but we see also that this is a trend that is going somewhere else. It's going also in France, it's going on also in Belgium, it's also going in as you may know, in the United States. So the implications of this look like pretty stark on how households are organized or not organized, have consequences for the macroeconomy, and this is something that we look at the bank, and we've been vocal at the bank. Thank you.
Thank you. So one of the focus of the conference has been on family-friendly policies, and we've had some various discussions today about the impact of maternity and paternity leave. So, Claudia, could you tell us something about how these policies have been introduced here and how in Spain, and how effective you think they've been and how they've been received?
Yeah, so thanks very much. Indeed, there was quite a bit of talk on parental leave, especially paternity leave, and how that can shape gender norms. There's this big hope sparked by Lidia Farre's paper and co-authors that even though if we don't see immediate effects, that norms eventually change and father's involvement can change. And so I just want to talk a few minutes about the Spanish case, where over the past, since 2017, we've seen 5 reforms where paternity leave has gradually been extended from 2 weeks before 2017 to now 16 weeks. They're completely non-transferable. They're wage replaced at 100% for fathers. They're equal between men and women. So they sound a little bit like your science fiction policy that you mentioned earlier. So we have that in Spain, and we are currently finishing a paper where we actually analyze how this has been received and taken up by fathers. And what we see is this policy, when we look over time, we see that fathers basically max out on their entitlements. So among those people who take up the leave, the average is close to the maximum entitlement. So everybody that takes a leave seems to be taking the full entitlement. So that seems like a success story. The question, of course, was, okay, so what about, so this might be a selected sample of people that take up the leave. What about those? Maybe there's some that don't take any leave at all. Now in Spain, there's a little twist, because in 2019, they did something very blunt, and they made part of paternity leave mandatory, meaning that now men have to take part of the leave, just like women are forced to because of health reasons and so on. And men now face the same. Currently, they have to take 6 weeks mandatory, just right after the birth of the children. And so we use this, this reform that makes it mandatory to estimate the impact. The timing is mandatory as well, yeah, right after birth, yes. So we use this, this 2019 reform to have an estimate of what's the extensive margin effect here. And it is really pretty recent, and we haven't really shown this to anyone, but I'm giving you a preview of what we find is a 20 percentage point jump in the take-up. So before the 2019 reform, the month before, we estimate about 55% of potentially eligible fathers, meaning of all births, had an associated paternity leave process with them. In April, this jumps to around 70, it's over 70%. So that's a massive, extensive margin effect, meaning that indeed there was quite a large share of fathers who weren't using any leave at all. Something that we in administrative data, it's hard to observe because we only observe people who actually do take the leave. So we see now this thing happening, that a massive increase in leave take-up since it's been mandatory. And among those, everybody seems to be taking the full entitlement, which sounds like a massive success story. And I think in terms of take-up, the Spanish case is a success story. What are the sort of key elements? I think non-transferability. Here we have absolutely no transferability. There's no such thing as parental leave that can be sort of optimally allocated. Of course, so we get the objective here that it's not just mothers taking up this whatever share that can be shared across spouses or across parents. Of course, from the household's perspective, there's trade-offs, because households might want to allocate this leave differently because of preferences or for other optimization reasons, but they cannot. So mothers here in Spain also have very short leaves, also only 16 weeks. They might want to have more, but they cannot take part of their father. So there are trade-offs, of course, but we are here achieving the goal of fathers take the same share as mothers, and not like in Sweden, where we still have only like 30% of the total entitlement that's taken up by fathers. I think something that is not talked about very much is the generosity of the benefits. So here in Spain, it's 100% wage replaced. In Germany, you have 65% wage replacement. It's very low. If you're a high earner or low earner, for low earners, it's a bit better, but for high earners, that's a massive cut in your earnings. In Spain, the cap is currently at around nearly 5,000 euros per month. So there's a cap. We calculate that the cap only affects about 5% of workers. So, and among the 5% of workers, in many instances, the firm actually supplements the payments to reach pre-birth net wages. So it's very generous, and I think that must play a role for households, because accepting a 35% sort of income cut from possibly the main earner, which is usually the man, has an effect. Mandatory leave, obviously, force fathers to take leave. They take the leave. Now, this is on paper. Of course, we cannot observe with admin data whether there's any fraud, meaning fathers being on leave on paper, but actually going to work. This might happen. It's something that we need to research more. There's some anecdotal evidence that this might be happening. So I think these are the sort of the main points where I think that Spanish case is kind of extreme, you know, with a mandatory equalization. It's a sort of textbook case. Now, it's not without trade-offs, as I mentioned, so it's very inflexible. Leave taking, so it has to be taken in the first year of life of the child. Fathers have to take at least 6 weeks out of their 16 weeks right after birth, just like mothers. So, you know, families might benefit from more flexibility. But on the other hand, we're avoiding some of the things that happen in Sweden or Germany, where just mothers end up taking the bulk of leave, and then the penalization in the labor market are perpetuated. The high take-up doesn't necessarily mean that we have large impacts. So again, Lidia's paper for me is always like the spark of hope, that there's some sort of longer-term effects. But we don't, if you look at the evidence, not just their paper, but across sort of other studies, so we don't find either massive improvements in labor market outcome for women of more paternity leave, nor do we find like very overwhelming evidence that fathers get more involved in either childcare or household tasks. So, you know, the thing is that these studies often, they look at reforms that happened in the 90s or in the early 2000s, looking at the very first cohorts affected because of identification. But things, of course, might take time. And actually now, if you look over time, these effects might actually be much larger than what we see in the sort of the first affected cohorts. But there we don't have good identification. And then that's why I'm not allowed to look at those things. But other people that do structural modeling there, they can write these papers, but no, they're more clever than me. But I cannot write those models. So yeah, so these are sort of my thoughts on family policies here in Spain.
Thank you. So look, I think a general theme has been that there's sort of a sense of disappointment with the overall effect of a lot of these policies. And so perhaps in a moment we can ask each of the panel members to talk about what they think, you know, in their preferred world, what policies could be implemented. But before we get to that, perhaps Raquel, from your vantage point as someone who's deeply steeped in looking at the world through culture and economics world through culture, could you give us some reaction about how you think culture plays in the development of the policies and also in the effectiveness of the policies?
Sure, thank you. Before I say anything, I just wanted to ask a clarifying question. Can they take it simultaneously? Yeah, I think that's a big flaw. So,
and it happens a lot.
Yeah. So, you know, what we've talked about is that gender roles seem to play a big role, particularly for how childcare is allocated across couples. And here we really see the role of culture. I think a lot of the topics that we've talked about today have emphasized that. And I'm going to say very little because I don't think I have that much to add to this. Maybe afterwards, as we go into the discussion, I'll be able to say more. I guess one really surprising finding, at least to the extent that one believes the results of Klavan and co-authors on Austria, where he looked at various reforms that happened in the Austrian context, was that having what looked like exogenous shocks to the availability of childcare did not seem to make much of a difference to the, child penalty, okay? And that, for someone who has long believed, like me, that really if we provide childcare, women are much more likely to go out and work, that's a very negative result. Now, this is not to say that childcare availability of high quality and low cost is not very important. And it might be a necessary condition to see increases in female labor force participation and decreases in the gender wage gap, but it's certainly not sufficient. And of course, we are looking at a very conservative country in terms of gender roles when we're looking at Austria. So I don't know how generalizable it is, and I'm not even going to opine necessarily as to whether these childcare shocks are really well identified or not. But one might have a lot of questions. In fact, what they found in the Austrian context was that parents, and in particular, say, women, seem to substitute from the care of grandparents, so talking about the Alex paper et al., they seem to substitute from the care given by grandparents to childcare centers, but not necessarily for what women were doing, and it did not seem to be drawing women more into the labor force, although it was drawing them more into making use of the child care centers. So there, it's not, and especially, I mean, I think from a Latin American context, this is particularly worrying since, one of the things that we always stress in the Latin American context is that we'd like to increase child care availability. And again, I'm not going to say that this is a nail in the coffin, but it does raise that question mark. From my paper, from thinking about cultural change in various contexts, not just family, I think that what comes up is that one needs to incentivize cultural change. And incentivizing cultural change does not necessarily mean a propaganda campaign. Yes, let's have women do less childcare. It might be things like non-transferability of parental leave, such as in Sweden. So when we're looking at the burden of who does childcare, I do think, even though you thought that Sweden was negative, Sweden has very intelligently not allowed parents to take, except for a few weeks at the beginning, have not allowed parents to take childcare simultaneously, which means that when the man is voluntarily, not because he's forced to, taking up parental leave, he is actually doing the parental, he's taking care of the child. And one can fairly much believe it, given the lack of affordable childcare in the first 12 months of birth, after birth. So I think that, at least from what I took away from thinking about the Swedish example, is that it's really important to have non-transferable endowment models. That seems to be really important. Not allow simultaneous leave, unlike Spain, and to have it financed by the state and not by the employer in order to prevent the type of things that we see, particularly in Spain, where it seems to be even more perverse that Nezi was pointing out. I guess I'm going to just end on that sort of hopeful note. I'm writing a chapter on understanding cultural change for a handbook on culture. And in a lot of contexts, I think that one needs to get cultural change is to have either beliefs change, information change, actions, basically actions change, because it's incentivized by this new information, by new policies, that then leads to cultural change. So the fact that culture is responsible for a large part of what we see in the stickiness of certain things doesn't mean that what you want to frontally attack necessarily is, okay, let's change culture directly, but rather by doing reforms that incentivize changes in parental roles, you do get cultural change. I'm going to leave it over there. Thank you.
So, look, it sounds like, the flavour of the discussion has largely been that the cultural things seem to be almost like an insuperable constraint, right? And despite the fact we have, short-term constraint, and despite the fact we have evidence that there is the capacity to change them slowly, should policymakers be thinking more about greater economic incentives? And if so, Alessandra, can you think of sort of what advice would you give policymakers in terms of the incentives they're trying to generate?
That's a million-dollar question. But, thinking a bit about what I was, sort of what we've learned from the handbook, one thing that I didn't mention is a very strong relationship that's emerging in recent years is also the positive relationship between income and fertility, which we've actually even seen today in Barbara's pictures in her presentation. So one question is to what extent should we expect economic growth and growth promoting policies to have unexpected, unintended but positive spillover consequences on fertility and potentially also on the gender wage gap. So since we're seeing that some of the targeted policies don't seem to be as effective as expected, what should we hope that, or should we expect that growth promoting policies could help? And that's what some of the data is suggesting, that long stagnation is also bad for fertility rates and potentially also for women's outcomes.
Do any other policy member panel want to have any comments, Raquel?
Yeah, I'd like just to comment on what Alessandra just said right now. I mean, part of the way I think about it is that, we have the usual maybe quality quantity issue that we've always had, which is quality has become even more important than it used to be. And so parents are investing more time in children and therefore reducing fertility, and this kind of happens more or less across the globe. But what you see, at least in some countries, and so correct me if what your statement was cross-country or within country, but still within country, what we see is that fertility does seem to be higher for highest income parents. And to what, I guess the question I'm asking myself, to what extent have the increase in economic inequality and the fact that a lot of things that happen to children have a tournament aspect, that is, it matters where you're ranked, not just the absolute quality that you have, but your quality relative to other children, which has led to parents kind of doubling down, having even fewer children in order to try to compete in this tournament. Now, this is particularly exaggerated maybe in countries like the United States, where so much attention is paid to, top colleges, or where the inequality is particularly large. And so you might think that it might happen more there, but inequality has increased, I would say, in many, many, many countries all over the world. Maybe some exceptions at some points in time in Latin America that I know of, and some in Africa that I know of, but basically has increased. And I think this might be playing a large role. So I would like to tie the inequality and tournament aspect of having children, the importance of quality, to say maybe that is also important, not necessarily just growth, but really what's happening in the cross-section of the distribution.
Okay, so let's have some, look, we've already been going half an hour, so let's open it up to questions. So we'll just bring the microphone up here. Thanks, Costas. Yeah.
Very glad that Raquel made this point, because I think one thing we've not really been thinking enough is the kind of ensemble of key social issues, right? One social issue, of course, one key social issue is the ability of women to have, productive careers and to completely fulfill their, their ambitions. The other is the dramatically declining fertility rate, right? So kind of trying to think how each of, and the other is of what Raquel mentioned, which is effectively the other way of putting it, the increasing cost of having children given the dramatically rising returns to education and the relatively limited resources. And actually, I hadn't thought about it like that. There's the kind of
tournament idea. It's not just sending your kids to college, which is expensive, but you have to send them to the better college than the other guy. And what I've seen all these very interesting but relatively partial papers that says, okay, if I do this, I'm going to get a few more women in work, or I'm going to get a little bit more fertility. I think we kind of need to think of what kind of model will capture this more equilibrium policy aspect, which would allow us to think of policies that could increase fertility while at the same time improving career opportunities for women and men, of course, if there's any need. And I think that has to do a lot with how we think of children being raised, the kind of investments, the role of public investments in education. I'm not sure. I don't have the answers, but I feel that's what's missing. Perhaps there were some snipes against models, but if we don't put all of this together in a particular modeling framework to understand the interactions, we're not going to get very far. And that's no answers, but that's my broad question to the profession.
Yeah, well, that was an interesting comment, though. I'm not sure I heard a question in there for anyone's part.
It's a question.
I think there's a question back there, but I don't know. Unless, could someone want to address Costas's question/comment?
Well, I'll just mention briefly a very nice paper by Michel Tertilt and co-authors. I think maybe Raquel knows it, but also ties to what you're mentioning. And it's about Korea and sort of strong externalities to human capital accumulation and how those affect fertility rates. So it's strongly related to. So that's an economy with very strong tournament-style models in higher education, and so that appears to have important effects on fertility.
Yeah. So one of the main ideas coming out from Goldin was this barrier arising from demands for flexibility. So I was wondering two things. One is whether technology could help women with that. I mean, women and firms in a way. For example, working from home, whether that could help overcome this barrier. And the other one is what could be a public policy that could help alleviate the effect of this. The women's demand for flexibility and cost for firms in giving that sort of flexibility.
So who would like to take that question? Two questions. Please.
So about the workplace flexibility, many people in the audience, or some people in the audience, have worked on this a lot, so I probably they're more qualified people. But we recently wrote a small report on policies and included workplace flexibility. And sort of part-time work is sort of the oldest and most traditional flexible workplace policy. It has a bit of a bad reputation because, I mean, of what we heard from Nancy, it fires back and it hurts even women that have no children. But there are some other papers that show that at least it allows women to sort of stay in the kind of job they had prior to giving birth, and they don't have to switch occupations to lower demand occupations or less greedy occupations because they have this option of going part-time. So this would limit the wage penalty suffered because they can stay in these better occupations. Then we have, which has become much more popular since the pandemic, working from home or hybrid work policies. We also know they are highly demanded by women, especially with children, so they are a positive thing for these group of people. But it has also been shown that they limit, because they're most or more taken up by women, that they limit career progression for women. So there's always a sort of two-sided thing. But I think when we think about these trade-offs or these negative positive side effects, one always has to keep in mind that in the absence of these policies, or in the absence of the availability of working from home or hybrid work, these women would switch to lower level occupations maybe, or drop out altogether. So even if there's a penalty of working from home, it's maybe less than what it would be if it wasn't available. So I think it's an interesting avenue for future research, especially after the pandemic, and we've seen many firms going back to having sort of return to the office policies. It would be interesting to study how they impact career progressions and choices of women that have been accustomed to being able to be more flexible, having to go back to the old style. Yes, and that's so. For the second question,
Just comment on this, because I wanted to follow up on what Kostas said, because I think this is crucially important. We need to ask ourselves, what is the outcome variable we are interested in? And ultimately, it should be welfare of the affected people. And if women choose a working from home position and it increases their utility, then this is fine. It's not the outcome variable is not the career path. And I mean, just to talk about my own personal constellation, my wife is super happy not to work and educate the children better because she says that gives them better human capital than if you were doing that. So that's probably a good constellation. So I think the outcome variable should be going in that direction. And maybe then if you look at education, tournaments, human capital formation, the shift will be more towards inequality consequences and aggregate productivity consequences rather than having the amount of work supplied or the career path as the outcome variable of interest.
Can I say something in response to that? I mean, several comments. One, if you think this is beliefs, there's nothing to tell us that their beliefs about the consequences of staying at home are necessarily the correct ones or the future or what's going to happen to them, number one. Two, if you think it's preferences, the second welfare theorem goes out the window because preferences have become endogenous, and their endogeneity has to do with what other people like them are doing, for example, as in my model. And so you can't just make rather simple welfare statements that if they're doing it, it must be because they want to do it, and therefore it must be making them better off because they might choose very, very differently had their peers been doing something different.
Yeah, well, thank you for the clarification because, yeah, I'm also very concerned by this type of comments that if it's women choosing to stay home or to telework, it's fine, so what's wrong with that? And again, I think that these preferences are very endogenous, right? And again, social norms come here, what you've seen at home, and so on. And then there is another point that it's related to Alex's comment and also to your comment on subsidized childcare, right? So if paternity leave does not really help, if flexible work arrangements have the risk, or at least to me, of accentuating the gender, or like making it larger, because if it's, we know what happened to part-time jobs and all that. So then subsidized childcare must be the solution, right? Because your kids, so you outsource the problem, you outsource the issue, and then kids are being, so professionals take care of them, right? So why is not more successful in both increasing fertility rates and female labor force participation? And I think I have part of the solution, of the answer.
I want to hear that. I mean, my understanding is beliefs are still playing a very big role, right? If we look at surveys, and in fact, in Southern Europe, it's quite remarkable the difference with other parts of Europe, questions about whether children suffer when their mother works full-time and so on still. And this is in spite of the fact that we know that at least for some groups, for example, early childhood childcare has extremely positive human capital inputs. So obviously, parents play a big role, but also childcare can play a very big role in human capital development. So my understanding is that understanding the role of these beliefs could be really crucial.
So maybe information campaigns may work, or like making this finding more, like we know that childcare may have very positive effects on disadvantaged kids, right? So maybe we need to make this result bigger, right? Or more popular, I don't know, because I really think it's part of the solution.
So thanks a lot for the discussion. So I think it was super interesting what you said about, I was taking notes about like incentivizing cultural change based on specific kind of policies. And I wonder if you could mention any evidence on other kind of intervention on cultural change. So stuff that is more trying to sort of redress gender stereotypes directly. So for example, redressing stereotypes in the education system. So there is some evidence that shows that teachers have some sort of stereotypes, the way they teach the same subject to boys and girls, or for example, stereotypes in the media, like in the advertising industry, or like information campaign to redress sort of the misperception of social norms. I mean, even just the way we are talking about this, even research could have some bias in the sense that perhaps if I'm showing in a paper that women dislike cutthroat competition in the labor market, this might be a cooler paper than a paper that just says, look, differences between men and women is just not significant, so there isn't much to sort of so really also probably the topics that we are researching. So we could be talking more about men, for example. So not just the fact that we are leaving some female talent on the table because women don't enter certain occupations, but we might also be leaving men's talent on the table if men are less likely to enter teaching professions or health professions or social care, or even like caring for their own children. Maybe they would be doing a very good job, but maybe some social norms are keeping them out of the household.
So you want, I don't know, do you want some examples? By the way, I don't think that the examples need to be examples that directly tackle this issue. In other words, there's a lot of things that happen in an economy that then change the role of women. You have no doubt, right, that if you were to compare the 1950s with the 2020s, you would say the perception of women and the role of women has changed. Now, is this an informational campaign by the state? I don't think that's the main thing that has gone on. So, I mean, in this chapter that I'm writing, I look at things like, I think there's an example you well known, which is, quotas put in for women to be village leaders in Bangladesh. And, we see that after these are randomized across villages, but there are some villages that get it 0 times, some that get it once, some that get it twice. This was in a 12-year period, I think. And what they show is that those villages that saw quotas 2 times in a row, the third one, when the quotas have been taken off, they're much more likely to have, 1, women stand for village council positions, and 2, win village council positions. So you see de facto that there's a change in, if you like, perceptions, both of women of themselves, but also the willingness of the village population to vote for these women. So I think that things like quotas, which may have been done with the idea of changing culture, or maybe just have been done to increase fairness or whatever, do end up changing culture. I think one has to think very much where one puts them. I don't think that putting them myself in boards, is what the first place I would go to. But putting them in certain things like village council positions, I think made a lot of sense. Yeah, so, I have many examples, and I'd be happy to talk more about it later, but I think I'd like to spread the wealth.
Yes, so I have actually some examples from a different review we did on gender gaps in education, and we're talking about men. I think you're completely right. We should think more about men and how we can get them maybe to be a bit more like women. Because we always talk about women being like men, career, and so on. And so there's one paper that studies the abolition of a quota for men in the teaching profession. And so there was a 40% quota, and then they abolished it, and then they find negative effects on boys. So, you could reverse it and say, like, let's put some quotas for education, because we have two things. So in this case, it was positive for boys because we know that boys are actually behind now in education. They're more likely to drop out and abandon school. So having more role models, that improves boys' performance. On the other hand, there's an example by Clementine van Effenter and co-authors who was at CP, also with us at the same time. And they do this intervention, this RCT, where they have female scientists going from L'Oreal, going into schools and talking about their profession, what they do, and they change women, females, or girls' perception of STEM-related careers and so on. So there are interventions that can change beliefs or perceptions about what is typical female and male. And I guess if we're creative, we can think about interventions, similar interventions about getting involved in childcare. And one of the things that came up with our research on paternity leave was, so you have all these men that are now going on leave in Spain, for instance, weren't going on leave, and they're sort of totally alone. Because women, we have our breastfeeding groups, or, you know, we have networks, and maybe men...
Working from home basically at the same time, because if the women go to the breastfeeding group, presumably go with the baby. Yeah. So the men are really like completely free.
They're completely free to write a book and to write their memoirs. But we do see that in Spain, even though they can take the leave simultaneously, about 50% of men take it actually after, take the share that they can take after the mother has gone back to work, they take it alone. Okay, so they are with a child, but we don't know what they do. I mean, do they have a network? Do they have any sort of connection to other fathers they can hang out with and interchange their experience to make it a more positive experience? Because anyone who's been on maternity leave knows it can be kind of daunting to be alone with a very small baby. So I think I would like to do a little bit more research on, like, what's the experience of fathers and can it be made more positive so that it's more fun to do that role now of taking care.
This is more of a question than a comment. It's a real question. I don't know if there is a data analysis on cross-sectional inequality in fertility. Right? I mean, we know that fertility is gone down in Italy, in Spain, but what about inequality of fertility? I mean, it's not easy because we are talking of variability in 0, 1, 2, 3, 4 plus, but still there may be something there. And related to that kind of more general cross-sectional inequalities in things that pertain to beliefs, norms. I mean, if I think of what has happened in countries like Southern European countries over the period that Alessandra was referring to, is that now we decide for ourselves many more things that we used to. Right? In the past, you could not think how many children you are going to have. You just followed what you saw around you. You didn't decide how to conduct your life. You just followed the patterns around you. You didn't decide what to eat or not to eat, or a bunch of things, right? And all those are kind of cross-sectional inequalities that are very modern to some extent, at least to some I'm talking about Southern Europe, but of course, I mean, we can talk of Asia, right? And there, the stark, presumably, is the contrast is as stark or more than in Southern European countries. I haven't seen research on those things.
On cross-sectional fertility?
Yes, well, fertility and other inequalities in things are related to culture, cross-sectional inequalities, and the things that now we decide for ourselves, and then we may do differently from relative to what others do in the cross-section.
I mean, in the cross-section, the leaves are not the same. So, like today, this morning, I showed you that university-educated women are more positive about a woman working and raising a child than non-university women, but both university and non-university women are more positive than men on that. So both of them beat the men. And then, you see change over time. So you do see cross-sections, and I do think it's important to look at cross-sections. Sorry?
Over time, indeed.
Over time, in the sense, not following a panel, but yes, looking at, say, college-educated versus non-college educated people. But I agree that it's interesting to look more on that. And in terms of fertility, you certainly want to look at fertility by education and fertility across, whatever you would like to do. I think household income becomes a bit too endogenous for this, but you could certainly look by male income. A little bit less endogenous. If you think men have a tendency to work full-time no matter what, then you can look at what is a cross-sectional pattern in fertility. And we know that that cross-sectional pattern in fertility is, basically, now I think in the US it's fairly flat. It used to be that, lower income, less educated couples had more kids than medium and then the top. And now I think it's gone, that it's really at the very top of the income distribution. Fertility goes up again. But you have a whole handbook on this, which I haven't read. And so hopefully someone has looked at cross-sectional patterns.
Written a chapter. So I guess one thing I wanted to add is there's a fair amount of an increasing body of research on childlessness in terms of inequality, and that's been shown to be a pretty important driver of changes in fertility. Some of which could also be postponing, by the way, in the sense that the fraction of women who have no children by a certain age but could have it later on would obviously contribute to the total fertility rate, which is where the denominator is all women of fertile age, right? So, and the other in terms of decisions is the role of technology. So we compared to earlier than the 80s, compared to a few decades ago, we have excellent technology to control whether or not you'll have children, which obviously, say, our grandparents didn't have, and say people in many developing countries didn't have until quite recently. So, although now I think we're seeing more and more research showing that even in sub-Saharan Africa, really demand forces are much more important than forces that have to do with the availability of contraception. And then the other technology that could have an impact on inequality is our technologies for infertility. And that is, I think, a very exciting research that's developing now. My colleague Petra Persson being someone who's doing a lot of work on that, for example. And that's likely in the years to come to play an increasingly large role as fertility is delayed and so on.
Yeah. Can we get the microphone over there?
Just two things. Well, one is more of a comment, and one, I don't know, of a question. It's just that, like, being worried about declining fertility and then talk about child penalty is something that always strikes me very much, right? And then the other point is, like, when we talk about welfare, I always think, like, what about welfare of children, of grandparents, right? We think a lot about children's welfare, but in terms of their labor force participation later on, their human capital, but maybe having siblings is welfare improving, maybe cousins, maybe as older people having grandchildren is very much welfare improving. But I think we kind of always look at, women's labor market outcomes mostly. I don't think that should be at least the only thing that matters for, where policy should go, maybe.
Anyone have any response? All right, look, I think the time's almost up, right? Oh, you have a question? Sorry. No, please. We have a few more seconds.
Going back to what Samuel was asking about, the flexibility and the role of technology and policies. I think the real hope is the technological advances, because if you impose more flexibility on firms just as a cost, that will definitely have some negative side effect. It might have, over the long run, have positive effects through changing you know, for action and norms. So in the short run, there will be a cost, and the technology, I think, there will play a critical role. But again, in the policy, I think we need to think creatively, like this contrast between Spanish and the Scandinavian models. I think we really need to think, and not just, you know, we always think policies, we give, you know, for policies that give priority to women, etc. But then maybe to change things, things has to be, we have to approach things in a different way. I think that will require a new approach to policy. And then I just want to comment on Ernesto's comment on, you know, the households that are not formed. No, I mean, because we have declining marriage. That's one of the big things, and increasing, at least in the US case, increasing co-residence of young children. I guess that's, I mean, this year there were two CEMFI students in the market. One was focusing on the housing market, on the US declining marriage rates in the US. And another one was looking at, I mean, this was in some sense a negative constraint, no? And people want to get married and they want to leave their parental house, but the housing market is affecting. But there could also be positive things, like another paper was by a student who was looking at the Japanese decline in fertility, and there it was his argument was it was improvements in the leisure goods. People like to you know, being single is not as bad as maybe it used to be. So there could be positive and negative things here that you know, it can go both ways, and both students should be here. Okay.
All right. Okay. Look, I think our time's just about up, right? So let me thank all the panelists. Thank you for the very interesting discussion. And again, thanks Nezi and Olympia, and thanks CEMFI. Oh, that was very good.